Citizens have had enough.
Leaders in Baltimore County sounding the alarm after another shooting in Talson. What we're learning about the most recent incident.
Temperatures are not too bad right now. We are going to be warmer today, and we will see more sunshine as well. We'll break down your forecast coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you this Monday, February 13th. Let's start off with meteorologist Justin Chambers with your forecast today. How is it looking out there? It's feeling a little chilly in here.
Yeah, not too bad right now, Taylor, but definitely seeing numbers that will be warmer as we head toward the afternoon. And we'll see brighter skies as well. Before we saw the cloud cover around yesterday and those rain showers that were around. Right now, overall, a little cloudy. We'll take a look outside. From our downtown Baltimore camera, our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, everything looking fine right now. Numbers are in the 30s and 40s for Westminster and Bel Air. 39 your temperature in Cockeysville, 41 in Baltimore City. So a cool Monday morning, warmer afternoon ahead, and temperatures that will stay above average, not only today, but over the next couple of days. So on your morning drive, maybe a little wet out there from the rain we saw yesterday, but upper 30s and low to mid 40s as we get you out on your Monday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network for a look at your drive times. Everything in the green this morning as you head out the door. We begin this morning with counties under pressure. Now, Baltimore County Police are investigating a shooting that happened in Talson, right near the intersection of West Townsendtown Boulevard and Washington Avenue and the Town Circle just around 7 last night. Now, police have not provided much information, just saying a male was hurt. We're working to find out more about that victim and what led up to this shooting. Baltimore County Police Delegate Kathy Siegel says Fox 45 News she's worried about the crime here and could soon resemble what we see in the city.
We have an escalation in murders in Baltimore County, felons using firearms, and that's where the crimes are happening.
We'll continue to cover this investigation throughout the morning and bring you updates both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom and the shocking findings from a Project Baltimore investigation. 23 Baltimore City schools with 0 students proficient in math. That's 2,000 students, all of them falling short of a state standards on their most recent exam. Now, it's prompting outrage from parents.
I can't afford no $1,000 tutor from Sylvan, but that's what he needs.
And our kids are not caught up. But we're passing them. We're passing them, but they can't read.
Terrible. Horrible.
Now, city and state leaders are often turning a blind eye to questions from Fox 45 News. We've asked them, but prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump says he knows about the failures here in city schools, and he says these findings are par for the course. Last year, he joined a lawsuit against city schools, which accuses the school system of wasting taxpayer dollars and failing to provide an adequate education for generations of students. He sat down for an exclusive interview with Maxine Stryker. She asked him about these findings.
You're very familiar, obviously, with the performance of Baltimore City schools and our reporting and the lawsuit. Do you think this is a crisis moment, hearing this latest news?
I think that anytime a young person is denied quality education, it represents a crisis. And so what we have to do is look at the situation for what it is. We have to say we are failing our children, and we have to take the responsibility to do better.
Now, Dr. Ben Carson, who wrote the book Crisis in the Classroom along with Crump, says the answer may just be a new leadership.
The solution is to get somebody in charge who cares, because let me put it this way. If it was their child and their child was in this system and there was a responsibility for educating a child, I guarantee you would see different results. Obviously, you have people who just aren't that interested in doing anything about it.
That brings us to our question of the day. Should Baltimore City parents be given school choice if their child's school is failing? So far, 92% of voters say yes. You can weigh in at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Turning now to a city in crisis, staffing and salaries are two major issues for Baltimore's Department of Public Works, and they're continuing to deal with them. Now, last week, City Council questioned the department on those issues. DPW remains at 25% vacancy, and to address this worker shortage, they say they're currently undergoing a job classification study. Councilman Isaac Yitzhak says he doesn't believe the hiring events are actually getting more workers in the door, and he says DPW is completely out of touch with the needs of the city.
Unless something dramatically changes, routine services are not going to be performing like they were over a year ago because of plans like these.
Councilman Schleifer added that he believes the start of the problem was not the pandemic, but the leadership at DPW. Still ahead this morning, a confirmation hearing happening today for Governor Wes Moore's pick to lead the Department of Juvenile Services, why some critics are raising concerns over who he picked. Plus, another warmer day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long these spring-like temperatures will stick around. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Statewide, our temperatures mainly in the 20s and 30s, even some lower 40s here for Baltimore down through Annapolis. I know we had the cloud cover around yesterday and some of those rain showers, but that has since moved on, and we will be overall a little bit nicer today. In fact, your morning drive not looking too bad, upper 30s and lower 40s over the next few hours. We'll talk about how much warmer we get later this week. That's coming up in a few.
Now to your session 2023 coverage. Happening today, the State Senate Executive Nominations Committee is set to hold a confirmation hearing for Governor Wes Moore's pick to lead the Juvenile Justice Services Department. Vincent Giraldi is the person he's nominated. Now, some people are raising concerns, though, about his pick, saying his writings on prosecuting people until they're at least 21 years old did not stand up to par. Fox 45 News asked City State's Attorney Ivan Bates about the justice system and Vincent Giraldi's take on the topic. He wants to know where everybody stands.
That's something I feel the state's attorney's office really need to understand and know, because I would like to have that nominee define, what he views as violent, what he views as nonviolent, because I think that would allow me to have a better understanding in terms of the mindset of way he's looking at the law. I recognize some of these writings were in New York, some of them also down in Washington, D.C. I've heard some very positive things, and I've also heard some other things that are a little concerning. But I'm also a big believer in that the governor did his due process, and this is who the governor wants.
In our 5 o'clock hour, Shannon Lilly is going to join us live with a preview.
I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. The gender gap is growing in home ownership. We dive into who is buying, men or women, and why.
A wave of red Kansas City Chiefs fans starting the week off on a high note. A look into the close Super Bowl matchup coming up. And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. Monday Money Talk. What's ahead for our family budgets? A former White House economic advisor joins us to discuss. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your consumer news this morning, home ownership is often considered a piece of the American dream. And it turns out that now more women are living the American dream alone. National Desk Angela Brown reports women are outpacing men in buying homes.
A Lending Tree analysis found that single women are more likely than single men to own a home in 48 out of 50 states, despite earning less money in many cases.
Overcome by emotion,
I'm sorry.
Ashley briefly pausing our interview before describing this life-changing moment, getting the keys to her first home.
A really big achievement because my mother didn't own a home. My aunt didn't own a home.
And there are plenty more stories like Ashley's.
Young women who may be starting as a first-time homebuyer, could be a divorced or a widowed woman who's coming into the home buying market, needs a place of her own, and they may have kids in tow, they may not.
The National Association of Realtors says 17% of all homeowners are single women, 10% single men. women outperforming men since the 80s.
We know that women do traditionally make less. We know they're making financial sacrifices to enter homeownership. So we know it's really important to her to have her own place.
In the workforce, single women are also outperforming. Pew Research Center found 73% of single men hold jobs. As for single women
have increased their job holding. They're now up to 77% of them are employed. But the single guys, their employment rates have actually deteriorated.
The desire for stability, being close to friends and family, knowing precisely what their mortgage will be, is motivating more women to buy. Ashley has 3 reasons. Her kids.
Do you love that home? I do. I love it. It's really the perfect place for us. The school district is awesome. They're thriving.
Women are snapping up homes despite earning 83 cents for every dollar that a man makes. But that is changing, at least in some areas and usually cities. Pew found in 22 out of the 250 metro areas, women under 30 earn the same amount or more than their male counterparts. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
It's the best feeling in the world.
Taking a live look from Kansas City this morning, the Chiefs, they're waking up Super Bowl champions. They defeated the Philadelphia Eagles in a come-from-behind win in the Super Bowl 57. The Chiefs. And we're getting your pictures from your celebrations. D'Angela sent us this picture of 7-month-old Kyson repping his Eagles gear for that big game. Unfortunately, didn't win there. How did you celebrate the Super Bowl? I want to see how you did it. Just scan your code right there on your screen. It'll take you to foxbaltimore.com/time. And you can upload your pictures and videos there. Powered by Stackler. How did you celebrate?
Well, I watched the game as much as I could.
Yeah.
Then I had to go to sleep.
I'm sure. And so when you got up this morning, I mean, did you notice that sheen on the road? It was a little sheeny.
It was a little sheeny, yeah. But I looked at my phone and I was like, "Oh, Chiefs won!" Like,
you were excited about that?
No, I was not.
So you're not in a great.
No, I'm not. I'm not a Chefs fan. I don't like the Chiefs.
I'm sorry.
I wanted the Eagles to win.
I'm sorry.
But it's all right.
Yep.
We had it right here on Fox 45.
We did. It was a great football game.
Yeah, it was a good game. Can't believe Rihanna's pregnant.
I know.
What?
Look. I thought she just.
I know. And then I wanted Jay-Z to show up, and he was there.
I thought that you knew something last week.
He was there. They showed him walking in, and he didn't do Umbrella. I was like, come on, man. Anyway.
Hello.
All right, a good halftime show, great commercials, of course, and a great game overall, yes. If you're waking up early, wiping the sleep from your eyes, well, good morning. Happy to be here with you overall, looking out over the Inner Harbor camera. Yeah, kind of a cruddy day with all of that cloud cover and that rain that was around yesterday as well. Overall, some of that rain left over, well, on the roads, like what she was talking about with the sheen that is out there. 41 your temperature right now. Northwest wind about 6 to 10 miles an hour. Overall, not too bad. And overall today, things will be nicer because that area of low pressure, which brought us all that rain, moving out of here to the east at this time. As you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, temperatures upper 30s and a few lower 40s. Overall, not too bad. Sun comes up just after 7 o'clock and goes to bed tonight at 5:41. So those daylight hours continue to expand. Now, the average for this time of year is the mid-40s. So we are going to go back to the above average category today, mid to upper 50s across central Maryland. Overall, not looking too bad. Overall, up now the 95 corridor from New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. Close to 60 in D.C. today and lower 60s in Richmond. Now, here's a look at our temperature trackers. So we're going to stay above average for most of this week. We dip down a little bit here, especially on Saturday. That's when our temps take a quick drop to the 40s, but then we're right back to the 50s next week as well. But we're on our way to mid-60s later this week as well. Here's a look at our future scan. Overall, staying mainly dry through the afternoon for today, and we'll keep those dry conditions into Tuesday as well. Wednesday gets a little bit more cloudy, may see a stray shower or two, and then as we head toward later this week, Thursday and Friday, that's going to be a better chance of actual rain showers rolling into the area. So that's going to be our next weather maker, but again, we stay above average. One day until Valentine's Day, yeah, that's tomorrow, and President's Day coming up a week from today with 27 days until we spring forward with our time change. 5 weeks from today, everybody. It's the spring equinox. Yeah, spring starts. So I have to change these graphics up. I'm sorry. We'll fix all that stuff. It's not the Super Bowl on Wednesday. Don't worry. 50s here today and tomorrow. Back to the mid-60s into Wednesday and Thursday. And then, as I mentioned, a little bit colder as we head toward the weekend. Taylor?
All right, let's go ahead and check the Lens Stiller Traffic Network, your live cameras throughout the Baltimore region. Not a lot of volume out there. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning. But what about mass transit? Let's talk to Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone out there on Light Rail Link. Expect about a 15 to 20-minute delay in your travels. Allow time for the commute on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link looking good in both directions. No delays or issues. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got train 505 on the Penn line and Penn train 403 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains and lines of MARC are on time for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
What on earth is going on in our airspace? I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at some mounting questions about unidentified flying objects and some new political fallout.
The Baltimore County officer shot in a days-long manhunt recovering in the hospital this morning. What the charging documents are revealing about the shooter. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, another high-altitude object shot out of the sky by U.S. military officials. This one near the Canadian border over Lake Huron. Now, it's the latest of airborne objects from faraway lands that have been taken down by U.S. military. As national correspondent Christine Frizzell explains, there appears to be some disagreement in Washington about what to do next.
2, 1. Action.
Another day, another U.S. military mission to bring down a flying object over North American airspace, including Sunday over Lake Huron, as well as Friday over Alaska, then assisting Canada in taking down one on Saturday.
It represented a reasonable threat to civilian aircraft, so I gave the order to take it down.
The quick responses, though, followed a slower one. The initial spotting of what was deemed a Chinese surveillance balloon allowed to float across the country for days until it could be safely shot down over water.
They do appear somewhat trigger happy, although this is certainly preferable to the permissive environment that they showed when the Chinese spy balloon was coming over some of our most sensitive sites.
The incidents amplifying political differences between Democrats and Republicans, as well as the rocky U.S.-China relationship.
This administration thus far hasn't set a very good example of standing up to China.
The fact that he doesn't acknowledge the fact that what is happening here is alarming and puts our nation in peril is itself alarming. We don't exactly have the A-team in place right now, which is also more than unfortunate.
Even some Democrats calling for more transparency from the White House.
I have real concerns about why the administration is not being more forthcoming with everything that it knows.
But Congressman Jim Himes and others acknowledge there is a lot that just isn't yet known, including what these latest objects even were, what countries they were from, and if we're finding more because there are more, or we're simply just now looking for them.
Congress should look at that. That's the question we have to answer. Why, as far back as the Trump administration, did no one know about this?
Answers for now still being located. The week ahead just as likely to bring far more uncertainty. A new normal for now, unable to escape the political blame game. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
And your Consumer News this morning, congressional lawmakers are now in high-stake talks about raising the country's debt limit. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says it's up to Republicans to propose spending cuts, but warned Democrats will not bow to certain demands.
We have a position. We have a clear position. Do it clean. Do it without brinksmanship. Do it without this risk of hostage-taking where things could blow up.
Republicans, on the other hand, are already in the process of making their own budget proposal. Kentucky Representative James Comer wouldn't clarify what programs they want to trim, but did say Medicare and Social Security are off the table.
There's bipartisan support for Social Security and Medicare. If anything, we need to shore those programs up. They're running out of money. But at the end of the day, those programs are going to be off the table with respect to cuts, but everything else is on the table.
Now, the U.S. reached its $31 trillion debt limit in January. The Treasury Department is taking what it calls extraordinary measures in order to pay the government's bills until sometime in June. An update now on the pipeline leak that interrupted the flow of gas between California and Las Vegas. Governor Joe Lombardo says the pipeline has resumed operations. Kinder Morgan and the company that operates that pipeline said the leak was located at Watson Station in Long Beach, California. They're currently investigating the cause. Lombardo issued a state of emergency Friday to mitigate the impact of the leak. He says the declaration will remain in effect until fuel transportation and supply is fully operational. A confirmation hearing happening today for Governor Wes Moore's pick to lead the Department of Juvenile Services, why some critics are raising concerns. Plus, as crime continues, Republicans are introducing new bills to get tough on crime. Why political analysts believe the bills will struggle.
Temperature's not too bad right now, and we actually will see a little bit more sunshine as we head into your Monday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We're taking you live from Kansas City this morning as the NFL season has come to an end. Kansas City Chiefs, Super Bowl 57 champions. We'll share the big celebrations from Chiefs players. That's coming up.
Long night, but good morning on this Monday, February 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We're going to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
You all right?
Thanks, man. I know. It's a close, good game.
He's an Eagles fan, you know.
Yeah. You went with the Eagles, too.
Yeah, and I lost. I have to buy you Miss Shirley's now.
Do you need a hug?
Yes.
Oh, Tom, he needs a hug.
Yeah. No, I want a hug from you. All right. Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a great Super Bowl Sunday. And yes, we are back on your Monday. And good news is we'll see more sunshine today. I know it was kind of a cruddy day. We had a lot of cloud cover and that rain that was around. But overall, everything is looking nice now over downtown Baltimore. Good morning to all of you. Temperatures are in the upper 30s and lower 40s right now for Cockeysville and Talson to Baltimore City. 41 Rosedale, Essex, Middle River, 41 as well in Brooklyn Park. So your weather story looks like this. A cool Monday morning, a warmer afternoon ahead, and temperatures staying above average not only today, but this week as well. We'll break down that full forecast for you coming up in just a few.
All right, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and looking around some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here, and we are wide open. No issues to report on any major highway from Frederick to Ocean City.
It is 5 o'clock, and we are starting off with your Session 2023 coverage. Happening today, the State Senate Executive Nominations Committee will hold a confirmation hearing for Governor Wes Moore's pick to lead the Department of Juvenile Services. Vincent Schiraldi.
Shannon Lilly joining us live on why these critics are raising concerns around this pick. Shannon.
Well, it all comes down to his views, Tom, on trying young adults in court. In fact, sparks may fly in this hearing that's scheduled to happen later on today, especially because juvenile crime remains top of mind and a major concern for Marylanders. But first, let's get you to some information about this meeting. Again, it's happening later today, this evening, in the Miller Senate building in Annapolis at 5 o'clock. And as you guys said, it's a confirmation hearing held by the State Senate Executive Nominations Committee. Now, going back to that controversy, though, critics are skeptical of some of Schiraldi's past writings, which talk about the possibility of not charging people with crimes until they are 21 years old to prevent them from experiencing the adult criminal justice system. Now, with juvenile crime being a major problem in the city, some people worry the problem is only going to get worse if young people are not held accountable. But in the meantime, we asked City State's Attorney Ivan Bates about juvenile justice and Vincent Schiraldi's take on this topic, and he says he wants to know where everyone stands. Take a listen.
That's something I feel the state's attorney's office really need to understand and know, because I would like to have that nominee define, you know, what he views as violent, what he views as nonviolent, because I think that would allow me to have a better understanding in terms of the mindset of way he's looking at the law. I recognize some of these writings were in New York, some of them also down in Washington, D.C. I heard some very positive things, and I've also heard some other things that are a little concerning. But I'm also a big believer in that the governor went and did his due process, and this is who the governor wants.
And speaking of that due process, we do know that Schiraldi does have a lengthy resume in the criminal justice world, previously serving as the commissioner of New York City's Department of Correction and the director of juvenile corrections in Washington, D.C. But remember, in order for Schiraldi to even take this role, this all still must be approved by the Senate committee. So we'll have to see how that goes. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. The confirmation hearing comes on the heels of a violent few hours in certain parts of Baltimore City. 4 people were shot this past weekend. 2 of the incidents involving juveniles. Police say a group of juveniles ended up robbing a man, then shot him in southeast Baltimore. And then police say a 14-year-old girl was shot in her leg. And they say she was just playing with a gun with 2 other juveniles when she was shot. The 2 other children ran away.
Meanwhile, the House will hold a hearing Wednesday on a bill that City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is backing to toughen penalties for some gun crimes. Now, Republicans are introducing more bills to tackle crime. The No Bail for Violent Offenders Act, the Juvenile Gun Offense Accountability Act, and the Gun Theft Act. Republicans say the bills are an effort to get tough on crime.
Tough on crime policies that have been passed in Annapolis over the last few years have resulted in hundreds and hundreds of deaths of innocent people.
Political analyst John Dede says, well, most of the Republican efforts will stumble along party lines. He says he thinks that only the bill that will move forward is the one from the city state's attorney.
I think the problem with the bill is it's a good bill. Problem is it's been introduced by a Republican. And in Annapolis, the Democrats control things. They may cherry pick a little bit out of the bill, put it in the Senate Bill 889. But for the most part, I don't see it really getting anywhere as far as getting a hearing, etc.
Now, you can find more on Republicans' proposed crime bills right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Continuing coverage this morning, people in Baltimore County and beyond are rallying around the police detective in shock trauma after a more than 36-hour manhunt spanned 2 counties last week.
Now, this GoFundMe page you see right here for the injured detective has raised more than $100,000 in just a day. Baltimore County Police saying yesterday Detective Jonathan Chi is recovering. He's alert and in good spirits.
You can find a link to the GoFundMe page on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Now, police say this man, 24-year-old David Lithicum, shot 2 police officers in the 2 days last week, and then today he's expected in court this afternoon for a bond review. It all started when police say officers responded to Lithicum's home Wednesday after a call for someone in crisis. Charging documents reveal Lithicum's father led officers into the family home in Cockeysville, concerned his son was suicidal.
Well, the charging documents say officers found Linthicum holding a high-powered rifle. He then fired 15 rounds, hurting one officer, eventually getting away. That officer has since been released from the hospital. More than 24 hours later, the documents revealed that Linthicum was spotted a few blocks from his family home. The documents say Detective Chi approached Linthicum, but Linthicum shot him and stole his police car.
It started out as a routine call, and now we're looking at 2 officers shot 2 days in a row. I can't think, I've worked here for 35 years, I can't think of a time where something like that has happened before.
Officers arrested Linthicum 8 hours later in Harford County. He is facing several charges, including attempted murder. He's now being held without bail. Now, it's still not clear how Linthicum was able to get away from police on Wednesday. Fox 45 News will continue to follow this story in the days ahead. You can stay up to date on air and at foxbaltimore.com. This morning, tensions are rising in the east following new intelligence that China is ramping up its nuclear arsenal.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with what else is happening in that region. Taylor?
That's right. Overnight, the Philippines reporting that a Chinese ship hit one of their vessels with a military-grade laser. It's temporarily blinding some of the crew members, and it blocked delivery of food and sailors. Now, this aggressive move marks the first time China used lasers to block the Philippine pipeline, and it follows U.S.-led joint military exercises in South China seas. Now, Saturday, the White House said they had planned these in advance, but relations between Washington and Beijing have been strained over that shooting down of the suspected Chinese spy balloon. We're also seeing a new report on growing concerns over China's nuclear threat. According to Japan's news, China is considering tripling its stockpile of nuclear warheads from 900 to 2,035. Now, this week, we know there's a meeting planned between the Iranian president to pay a visit to China at the request of Xi Jinping. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Back to you.
Now, on the early edition, an alarming report from Project Baltimore gaining national attention, why some experts say new leadership in the city may be the only solution.
But first, a deadline is quickly approaching when it comes to your tax returns, what you need to know to avoid losing money this year.
And we did have a few of those showers hanging around yesterday, but the rain done for now. We'll talk about what we can expect with our temperatures and our weather looking ahead this week. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. Welcome back, everybody. 5:11 is your time on our Weather Authority forecast, and you can see overall, looking outside, not too bad. A few of those clouds kind of hanging around. The rain is done, but the roads are a little bit wet from the rain that we had yesterday. And temperatures in the 30s and 40s for Cockeysville and Owings Mills over to Talson. 40 your temp in Baltimore City and Rosedale right now. Weather story looks like this: a cool Monday morning leading to a warmer afternoon ahead and temperatures that stay above average. So your morning drive looking pretty good. Upper 30s and low to mid 40s. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
5:11 now. A consumer alert this morning. More and more people are starting to file their taxes, and we have a reminder about a deadline this week.
Yeah, it is for employees who claimed an exemption from income tax withholding last year on the W-4 form they submitted to their employer. They must file a new Form W-4 by this Wednesday, February 15th, to have the exemption for another year. And this is essential. If the form is not updated Wednesday, their tax status will revert to single with zero exemptions. And that's the highest withholding status.
Well, that's loud. Yeah. Kansas City Chief fans are starting the week off on a high note. A look into the close Super Bowl matchup coming up.
Plus, City Council President Nick Mosby will appear in court today for an ethics hearing. Why it was already postponed 2 times. 5:12, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .15 and happening today, City Council President Nick Mosby will be appearing in court for his hearing surrounding an ethics violation. Now, this comes after it was postponed for a second time last month. 8 months ago, the city's ethic board found that Mosby violated city's ethic rules surrounding his failure to report donations to his legal defense trust that's in his name. Mosby appealed that decision and filed a late memorandum naming his new attorney and laying out his defense. Now, attorneys for the Ethics Board asked the judge not to accept that late filing because it was filed 3 months late. Arguments will be heard at 2 today. Meanwhile, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial probably will not happen until this fall. And during a pretrial hearing Friday, a judge revealing that the trial could happen in either September or October. Now, a request for a third postponement came early this month after Mosby's new public defender, Eric Wida, said that he needed more time to prepare. WIDA says that he has not received the case file from Mosby's former defense attorney, A. Scott Bolden.
5:16 now. Here's a reminder for you. If you haven't bought a Valentine's Day present yet for that special someone, you better get moving. Valentine's Day is tomorrow, and it is apparently not a day for penny pinchers. The National Retail Federation reports that Americans are expected to spend just shy of $26 billion on Valentine's Day this year. That will make it one of the most expensive Valentine's Days since the Federation began tracking spending for the holiday back in 2004. The spending spree comes as 2/3 of economists who were surveyed told the consumer financial services company Bankrate that they believe the country will enter a recession this year. But despite the uneasiness over the economy and concerns about inflation, consumers still seem inclined to spend their money. Now, many of you are getting into the Valentine's Day mood. Dorian sent us this picture of Safari, the Morkie, wishing everyone a happy Valentine's Day. We want to see how you're celebrating Valentine's Day this year. Scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures, your videos. It's powered by Stackla.
What's a Morkie?
That's what I asked, too. They said it's a Maltese and a Yorkie.
A Maltese and a Yorkie.
I had to ask that same question.
That was a mini Yorkie. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
All right, so you're okay. You're here.
I'm good. No, it was a good game. It was a very good game.
What about the call, the penalty?
They Eagles did not play.
The
Eagles did not play well enough to be relying on refs to make the call one way or the other. That's why I thought Kansas City had some great plays right on the line where the Eagles looked stupid. They are wide open in there. Great
You're
coaching.
talking about things I know none of.
No?
I was asleep by halftime.
You were asleep by halftime? Did you watch the halftime show?
I saw Rihanna.
Okay, good.
And the reveal?
The reveal?
Well, yes. Which Mark revealed.
I know. Friday.
We were making fun of him. We were like, Mark, what are you talking about? And then all of a sudden, boom.
Pregnant.
Like he knows what's going on.
Very pregnant.
Wow.
Very nice.
All right, let's take a look outside.
Great show,
I am not pregnant. I feel pregnant after all the stuff I ate yesterday. Whew. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of food at the old Super Bowl party at the Chambers household. I hope you enjoyed yesterday as well, right here on Fox 45. Good morning to all of you. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam from Talson looking out over this morning. We are seeing some wet roads, but that's just because of that rain that we did have yesterday. I know, not the best afternoon to kind of hang out. No Flip Cup was played, unfortunately. 40 your temperature right now in Talson. A little northwest wind, about 8 to 10 miles an hour. Overall, not too bad as we get out early on your Monday, back to work and back to school. That area of low pressure moving out of here. So that's the low that brought us that rain yesterday. It was all rain. It was definitely a cold rain throughout the afternoon yesterday. As you get the kids ready for school on your Monday morning, beep, beep. Overall, not too bad. Upper 30s here in the next couple of hours. Mid 50s by noontime and recess. And we're going to be in the upper 50s by the time you pick them up later this afternoon. Looking for more sunshine and overall, not a bad day. Get out there and play some golf. Both British Jameses were in our house yesterday. It's crazy. I have a British James. Nick has a British James. They met. Worlds collided. It was crazy. So we can't wait to play golf with both of those guys. Mid 50s by noontime and close to 60 into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. And high temps today, guys, are going to be above average. 46 is typically where we are. Mid 50s for you. Westminster and Eldersburg. 54 the Hereford zone. 57 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Close to 60 in Towson down through Baltimore City and even in Dundalk as well. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, we'll see those numbers in the mid to upper 50s for Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, right about 60 or close to 60 in Annapolis. Eastern Shore, you'll stay in those mid 50s as well for Chestertown and Centerville over through Rock Hall and Chester, right about 53 today, a little cooler on the other side of the bay. Now, here's a look at our temperature tracker. Notice those numbers, little dip tomorrow, but right back to the 60s into Wednesday and Thursday, and those numbers do fall off as we head into this upcoming weekend. President's Day weekend is coming up. That is a holiday weekend for a lot of folks. All right, here's a look at our future scan. In that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, overall, a few clouds kind of hanging around, but we're looking good as we head into Tuesday and Wednesday, staying mainly dry. Next chance for rain, that really doesn't come until we get to about Thursday. So you'll see a few clouds around later this week, but overall, the rain, not really an impact for you until we get to Thursday and Friday with those numbers above average before we cool down for this upcoming weekend. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and the cameras around the Baltimore region. Everyone is moving along just fine at 521 on a Monday morning. No issues to report around Baltimore. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Monday morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on light rail link, expected delay. It's presently running about 15 to 20 minutes late. Allow time for travel on light rail link. Metro subway link looking good. No delays in either direction of that service. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train 505 on the Penn line and Camden train 841, both running about 5 minutes late. The other trains are on time for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Citizens have had enough.
Leaders in Baltimore County sounding the alarm after another shooting in Talson. Why they say the county could end up just like the city.
Plus, violence having big impacts on the mental health of children. Ways parents can communicate openly with their kids. 522, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .24 making headlines this morning. It has been a brutal year so far when it comes to tragic and chilling news.
From police brutality in Memphis to Massachusetts woman who recently admitted to killing her 3 children.
Think about the toll that it takes on us as adults and then multiply that for kids. Medical reporter Barbara Morse learned the impact on kids can be both emotional and physical.
Kids are really perceptive and they pick up things all around them.
Olivia Ordonez is a licensed social worker and school counselor. She reminds us kids hear, they read, they ingest.
There's probably not a way to fully shield children from the traumatic events that happen in the world, but we can control and challenge how we respond. We want our families to think about, are you ready to have a conversation about something difficult? Leave room for them to have questions. Treat their questions seriously, even if to you they may seem like they have easy answers, or they may seem like they're coming from somewhere you don't understand. It's probably something that's really bubbling up for them.
Younger kids may need a lot of cuddling, more hands-on. Reassure them they are safe, that you are there.
Meeting them where they're at, trying to use an even tone.
Often kids who are distressed will display changes in sleep, behavior, be more emotional, but also know this.
Anxiety can manifest in physical ways, especially when children have difficulty articulating those emotions. They may not necessarily make those connections, but anxiety, sadness, that can look like nausea, tension in the body, feeling a tightness in the chest, in the throat, anywhere like that. Headaches more frequently.
Talking, having a conversation, and keeping those lines of communication open are often enough. If it's affecting your child's quality of life, it is time to seek professional help. I'm medical reporter Barbara Morse.
Well, still ahead on the Fox 45's early edition, another spring-like day ahead. Our weather authority team letting us know just how long the warmer temperatures will be sticking around.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good Monday morning to you. It is February 13th, day after Super Bowl, day before Valentine's Day. It's a big day. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, we need to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like if maybe you want to go out with your lover there tomorrow. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at the forecast.
Well, apparently I have to buy Patrice some Miss Shirley's because that was our side bet, right?
Yes.
You picked
related to Valentine's Day. That's the Super Bowl.
Okay.
That's a Super
Not
Bowl.
to confuse the viewers here on what's going on.
Lost
here.
a lot of money yesterday. I lost a lot of things, but it's okay. Hey, hopefully you're waking up. Good morning. You're waking up good for us this morning as we are here with you live and local all the way until 10 o'clock. Looking out over downtown Baltimore overall, we got some clouds kind of hanging around and the rain is done. That's good news. Our temperatures upper 30s and lower 40s as you're out early with us here on your Monday, getting back to work and back to school. Mr. Bove says we are good to go. Upper 30s and lower 40s over the next few hours, and will stay mainly dry. Temperatures next couple of days are going to stay in the mid to upper 50s today and tomorrow, and we're right back to the mid 60s by Wednesday. So we'll keep this above average trend going as we get through middle February. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
5:31 now. This morning, Baltimore County Police continue to investigate following a shooting in Talson yesterday evening.
Now, this happened right near the intersection of West Talson Town Boulevard and Washington Avenue, right at the Talson Circle and the Talson Town Center, just after 7.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with the latest in this case. And Shannon, this is just the latest in a string of incidents in that Talson area.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate reality, Patrice. In fact, yesterday's shooting happened just down the street from where I'm standing, not far from the busy Talson Town Center here and also the Talson Town Circle, like you guys mentioned. Police, though, not confirming much information about the shooting at this point, just saying that a man was shot and taken to a local hospital. But we want to get you to some video of the scene here. You can see that there were several streets taped off last night. Again, at this time, police not saying what kind of condition the victim is in at this point, but as we mentioned, this is just the latest violent incident in the county. We spoke with Baltimore County Delegate Kathy Shalega about that, and she tells us she's worried the county's crime could soon resemble the city.
We have an escalation in murders in Baltimore County, felons using firearms, and that's where the crimes are happening. Citizens have had enough.
In fact, last night's shooting happened just around the corner from where Quanti's Davis is accused of holding 3 victims at gunpoint and sexually assaulting them. And just down the street from the Talson Town Center where a large disturbance happened last month. So those are just 2 examples of the ongoing violence that we are seeing here and in the county. And in the meantime, of course, we are working to get more information about the shooting that happened yesterday evening. And when we get that information, we'll bring it to you right here. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom and the shocking findings revealed in a Project Baltimore investigation. 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students proficient in math. That is 2,000 students, all falling short of state standards on their most recent exams, and it is prompting outrage from parents.
I can't afford no $1,000 tutor from Sylvan. But
well, city and state leaders are often turning a blind eye to Fox 45 News when questions. Prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump knows the failures of city schools well and says these findings are par for the course. Last year, he joined a lawsuit against city schools accusing the school system of wasting taxpayer dollars and failing to provide an adequate education to generations of students. In an exclusive interview with Fox 45 News' Maxine Stryker, she asked Crump about these latest findings.
You're very familiar, obviously, with the performance of Baltimore City Schools and our reporting and the lawsuit. Do you think this is a crisis moment, hearing this latest news?
I think that anytime a young person is denied quality education, it represents a crisis. And so what we have to do is look at the situation for what it is. We have to say, we are failing our children, and we have to take the responsibility to do better.
Dr. Ben Carson, who wrote the book Crisis in the Classroom with Crump, says the answer may just be new leaders.
The solution is to get somebody in charge who cares. Because this, let me put it this way. If it was their child and their child was in this system and there was a responsibility for educating a child, I guarantee you would see different results. Obviously, you have people who just aren't that interested in doing anything about it.
Now, a statement from Baltimore City Schools claims that a plan is in place to help boost test scores. It includes professional development, summer learning, extended learning times at the end of the school day.
Now, this report is just the latest problem Project Baltimore has reported on. In 2021, they discovered so-called ghost students in grade changing at Augusta Fells Savage High School, which is one of the 23 schools with 0 students scoring proficient on the state math test. And then last summer, Project Baltimore heard from 5 families who say their children with disabilities were forced to miss significant amounts of class, but their report cards showed fake grades and attendance. Now, despite those problems, Dr. Sonia Santelisa's salary is rising. She earns a base salary of more than $300,000 a year. Project Baltimore found with the perks in our contract, it's up to $445,000. And that brings us to our question of the day. Should Baltimore City parents be given school choice if their child's school is failing? So far, 92% of people say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
5:36, and it's going to be a busy week with the U.S. economy. We get a couple of big monthly reports, including 2 on inflation.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with those numbers that we're tracking. Taylor.
That's right, guys. Taking you live to New York City, where we're waiting for the new signs that inflation is tapering down. We're looking ahead to the release of 2 major economic indicators, the Consumer Price Index and the producer prices. The last report from December showed consumer prices rose 6.5%. Now, analysts are predicting that number will tick down. A sign of good news, though, nationwide, the average cost of rent only rose 2% in January. That's the smallest increase in almost 2 years, according to Redfin. The median asking rent in the U.S. right now, $1,000 and $942. That's $100 less than the peak in August. But Seattle is just one major city that's Redfin says rent is not declining year over year. In fact, Phoenix, Oklahoma, they're also on that list with prices falling more than 6%, but not the case everywhere. In Providence, Rhode Island, rents up 7% year over year. Other major hubs like Raleigh, North Carolina on the list, with rent rising 22% in the last 12 months. Now, in Baltimore, rent prices dropped about 4.6%. We'll continue to track that for you, but that's the latest here from the Live Center. Back to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Problems within the Department of Public Works continue this morning. Why a city councilman says the department is completely out of touch with the needs of the city.
And we are seeing warmer temperatures today. Our weather authority team lets us know when the cold will return. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Time right now is 5:40 on your Monday morning, post-Super Bowl morning, and looking out over the downtown Baltimore region. Everything looking good. By the way, today, every team in the NFL undefeated. Yeah, that's how we are starting off your Monday. Looking at your next 12 hours, numbers keep climbing, upper 40s and low to mid 50s, even upper 50s as we head toward the afternoon. So definitely a nicer day today than what we dealt with yesterday. We'll have your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Patrice?
541 and turning now to a city in crisis. Staffing and salaries are two issues Baltimore's Department of Public Works continues to deal with.
Last week, City Council questioning the department on these issues. DPW remains at 25% vacancy rate. And to address this worker shortage, DPW said it's currently undergoing a job classification and compensation study. Councilman Yichi Slafer says these hiring events are not actually getting more workers and said DPW is completely out of touch with the needs of the city.
Unless something dramatically changes, routine services are not going to be performing like they were over a year ago because of plans like these.
Slafer added that he believes the start of the problem was not the pandemic, but rather the leadership at DPW.
It was a crazy year, but we ended up on top, man. You can't ask for any more from those guys.
The Kansas City Chiefs are waking up Super Bowl champions. We're going to get reaction from Chiefs and Eagles fans.
Plus, confirmation hearing happening today for Governor Wes Moore's pick to lead the Department of Juvenile Services, while some critics, though, raising concerns over that choice. 542, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It's the best feeling in the world.
Taking a live look now from Kansas City this morning as the Chiefs are waking up Super Bowl champions.
They defeated the Philadelphia Eagles in Super Bowl 57. Oh, that's fun. Fans from both teams getting rowdy during the game and after. On the left, fans in Kansas City watching as the Chiefs claim the Super Bowl victory. On the right, Eagles fans in Philadelphia taking to the streets after that close loss. Doesn't look as great there. We are seeing pictures from your celebrations. Oh, man, cute Eagles fan here. D'Angela sent us this picture. This is 7-month-old Kyson. He's repping for his Eagles for the big game. Win or loss, that's the cutest picture there. Oh, yeah. All right, well, we want to see how you celebrated the Super Bowl. Scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures, your videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Yeah, I've never done ribs before.
And how'd they turn out? You were talking
I think
about them.
they were fall off the bone. People really liked them.
Nice. Oh,
I did a
okay.
Kansas City dry rub on the ribs, and my buddy Nick did like a Philadelphia cheesesteak slider sandwich. So it was good. We tried to do, both teams.
Very good.
Yeah. I mean, did you guys like the commercials? They were just kind of like, eh. Yeah.
The only commercial that I liked and I saw in the very beginning was like they had a huge pizza. It was like the whole size of a room, and that just made me hungry. But other than that, no.
Right. I mean, and the Ben and J-Lo one for Duncan. It was like,
that was cute.
It was kind of fun, whatever. But Maya Rudolph with, what'd you say, Tom? The crab M&Ms or no
Clam M&Ms.
Clam M&Ms.
That was hilarious. Yeah, that was funny.
It's good stuff. I'll have to go back and watch some of them. But either way, good morning to all of you. Yes, it's kind of that, Super Bowl hangover morning maybe, and a lot of folks maybe a little tired and weary from watching that game. It was a great game, and looking out over at downtown Baltimore this morning, not too bad as we get you started for a Monday. We're right at 40 degrees. That's your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Northwest wind about 8 to 10 miles an hour. Finally, that rain is moving out of here. That area of low pressure that brought us all that rain yesterday off the East Coast right now. And we're staying dry, even though roads are a little bit wet from that rain that we had yesterday. Now, as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, upper 30s and lower 40s. Sun comes up just after 7 o'clock, and the sunset tonight at 5:41. Definitely getting those longer daylight hours right as we get through mid-February, wrapping up the next couple of weeks, and we'll be into meteorological spring, which starts on March 1st. And temperatures today in the mid-40s, which is where we typically are. We only got to the lower 40s yesterday. We're talking mid to upper 50s for our afternoon highs today. Even some of us close to that 60-degree mark here as you head outside. 59 in D.C., 57 in Philly, 52 your temp in Ocean City, and lower 50s in Cumberland for this afternoon. Now, here's a look at our future scan. Overall, we'll see a few clouds kind of hanging around. Some of the models want to paint a little bit of a shower chance, but don't think that's going to be the issue today. Overall, tomorrow we stay mainly dry as well. Wednesday gets a little cloudier. You may see a few showers late Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, but Wednesday afternoon, those red lines indicating that southerly flow, that's that warmer air that is going to be moving in into Wednesday and Thursday. We do bring some shower chances back in by the time we get into Thursday afternoon and Friday, and then another cold front coming through as we head toward the weekend, which is going to drop our temperatures. One day until Valentine's Day. That's tomorrow. Next Monday is President's Day, and we spring forward in just 27 days from right now. That's the time change, with spring starting in 5 weeks officially from today. How about that? So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. I mean, we're already in spring, essentially, with our temperatures. Yes, we get back to the 40s this upcoming weekend on Saturday, but we're right back to the mid-50s on Sunday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and looking at some areas around Baltimore region. We do have one incident, the outer loop, 695 right in Halethorpe, and the collision has been moved over to the right shoulder. The camera looks like there's no issues there, but there is a slight slowdown in that region. Everybody else is moving along just fine. Now we're going to get another check with your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on Light Rail Link. Expect about a 15 to 20 minute delay. Allow time for travel out there on Light Rail Link this morning. Metro Subway Link right on time from end to end. No delays or issues out there on the MARC train system. You'll find train 511 on the Penn line and Penn train 407 operating with 5 to 10 minute delays. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
A dodged bullet or a missed opportunity? I'm Christine Frizzell with new reaction to President Biden's decision not to sit down with Fox ahead of the Super Bowl.
Plus, a Baltimore County police detective still recovering this morning after being shot multiple times last week. What charging documents reveal about the alleged shooter. Time now, it's 5:51, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making your headlines this Monday morning, last night's Super Bowl had plenty of action and excitement, not to mention commercials that made us laugh. But one thing it did not have, a presidential pregame interview.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell shares why we didn't see one this year.
It is a great honor and privilege to introduce President George W. Bush, who joins us from the White House Rose Garden.
A relatively new tradition, the Super Bowl presidential pregame interview was carried on by President Barack Obama, who twice sat down with Fox's Bill O'Reilly before the big game.
Do you deny that you're a man who wants to redistribute wealth? Absolutely.
As did President Donald Trump, though in 2018 he opted out of an interview with NBC when that network was hosting the game. Last year, President Joe Biden did sit down with NBC, and back on Fox this year, there was hope from some he would keep the tradition alive. The White House insisting President Biden did agree to do an interview with Fox Soul, a streaming service that caters to Black Americans. But Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre tweeted Fox canceled the interview, a claim Fox appeared to dispute later, though the interview never happened. Since becoming president, Joe Biden has not granted any interviews to Fox, the top-watched cable network, which is also often highly critical of his administration. Still, some are calling the decision not to sit down with them before the Super Bowl a missed opportunity.
Why in the world would a president who apparently intends to run again lose the opportunity to speak to 100 million people, which comprises Democrats, Republicans, independents, and they want to see him look good?
Richard Vatz, Talson University professor of rhetoric and communication, says it could have helped President Biden with messaging.
I think he could have tied this to his unity theme, that I am the president of unity. And this is a perfect example of the country coming together with a great professional clash of two great teams who have fought all the way to the Super Bowl.
But between the response to the alleged Chinese spy balloon, a federal investigation into his son Hunter Biden's finances, and a myriad of Republican criticisms of the 46th president, some say he'll work on the messaging in his own way. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
President Biden will travel to Poland next week amid the ongoing war in Ukraine. The White House says the visit is scheduled for February 20th through the 22nd, ahead of the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion. While there, Biden will meet with the president of Poland and the leaders of the Bucharest Nine, a group of Eastern Flank NATO allies. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says he will also deliver a speech,
addressing how the United States has rallied the world to support the people of Ukraine as they defend their freedom and democracy, and how we will continue to stand with the people of Ukraine for as long as it takes.
Poland is a key NATO ally. Biden last visited in March of last year, just weeks after the war began on February 24th. He traveled near the Ukraine border to meet with U.S. and Polish troops, as well as refugees fleeing Ukraine after the invasion. First Lady Jill Biden also briefly crossed the border on a trip in May, where she met with the Ukrainian First Lady.
5:57 and developing now, the U.S. military shot down another object, this time over Lake Huron. Well, Michigan Representative Jack Bergman confirming the news on Twitter, writing the U.S. military decommissioned the object. Early yesterday morning, U.S. and Canadian authorities restricted the airspace over the lake as aircraft scrambled to intercept and then identify that object. This is the third known object to be taken down within North American airspace over just the past 3 days. Now, this is sparking even more questions and concerns about the nation's safety.
Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Representative Jim Himes of the House Intelligence Committee said he has real concerns about the lack of transparency from the Biden administration.
You know, all of a sudden, massive speculation about alien invasions and, additional Chinese action or Russian action. In the absence of information, people's anxiety leads them into potentially destructive areas. So I do hope that very soon the administration has a lot more information for all of us on what's going on.
Well, Republicans are also calling on the president to brief Congress on the unidentified objects, but they say they want to focus on the nation's defenses. Here's what House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner had to say on CNN's State of the Union.
We're going to have to begin to look at the United States airspace as one that we need to defend and that we need to have appropriate sensors to do so. This shows some of the problems and gaps that we have. We need to fill those as soon as possible because we certainly now ascertain there is a threat.
Meanwhile, the effort to recover the remnants of the Chinese spy balloon has been suspended due to poor weather conditions. Pentagon officials on Friday said a significant amount of debris has been located and underwater recovery will continue when conditions permit.
Sparks may fly during a confirmation hearing today over the person that Governor Wes Moore is choosing to lead the state's juvenile services. Coming up, why some are concerned about the policies that he supports.
And Baltimore County Police giving an update on the detective who was hurt in last week's manhunt. How people in the community are showing their support for the officer.
Overall, our temperatures not too bad this morning. The rain is done, and we will see more sunshine as we head into your Monday afternoon. We'll talk about it on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Monday morning to you. It's February 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. A lot more coffee this morning, especially if you watched the entire game last night.
Yes. I don't know why today's not a holiday.
So many people are pushing to make that happen.
I mean, come on. Seriously, we all need to just be sleeping in and relaxing this morning. But we're not. We're all here.
Do we? Do we, though?
Get off?
Huh?
You think if it was a holiday, you'd get off?
No.
Okay.
I want to get off.
I didn't think so either.
No, Myers never lets me off. So let's take a look outside. Good morning to all of you. Happy Monday, and maybe it's a hangover Monday for you. And, you know, if you're up late watching the game right here on Fox 45, you're just waking up with us this morning. Overall, not too bad temperature-wise. You can see the right side of your screen. Your temperatures are always there. Over downtown Baltimore, a few clouds kind of hanging around. The rain is done, and numbers mainly in the 30s and 40s up and down the Chesapeake here on your Monday. So a cool Monday morning leading to a warmer afternoon and temperatures that will stay above average, not only today, but for the next couple of days. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes.
All right, let's see what's happening on the roads in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And as we take a look at the cameras around the region, everybody seems to be moving along just fine. No issues to report out there. So if you're needing to get up and out to work, even after a late Super Bowl night, now would be the time to do it. Well, we are starting off your session 2023 coverage happening today. The State Senate Executive Nominations Committee will hold a confirmation hearing for Governor Wes Moore's pick to lead the Department of Juvenile Services, Vincent Schiraldi.
Now, Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with why critics are raising concerns around Moore's choice. Shannon.
Well, it all comes down to his views, Tom, on trying young adults in juvenile court. In fact, sparks may fly in today's hearing, especially because the issue of juvenile justice and juvenile crime is top of mind for Marylanders and a major concern here in Maryland. In fact, we want to get you to some details about today's hearing right here on your screen. It's happening at 5 this evening in the Miller Senate building in Annapolis. It's a confirmation hearing held by the State Senate Executive Nominations Committee. But going back to that controversy, though, critics are skeptical of some of Schiraldi's past writings, which talk about the possibility of not charging people with crimes until they are 21 years old, and that would prevent them from experiencing the adult criminal justice system. But of course, with juvenile crime being a major problem in the city, some people worry the problem is only going to get worse if these young people are not held accountable. So in the meantime, we did ask City State's Attorney Ivan Bates about juvenile justice and Vincent Schiraldi's take on the issue. He says he wants to know where everyone stands. Take a listen.
That's something I feel the state's attorney's office really need to understand and know, because I would like to have that nominee define, you know, what he views as violent, what he views as nonviolent, because I think that would allow me to have a better understanding in terms of the mindset of way he's looking at the law. I recognize some of these writings were in New York, some of them also down in Washington, D.C. I've heard some very positive things, and I've also heard some other things that are a little concerning. But I'm also a big believer in that the governor went and did his due process, and this is who the governor wants.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Schiraldi does have a lengthy resume in the criminal justice world. He previously served as the commissioner of New York City's Department of Corrections, and he was the director of juvenile corrections in Washington, D.C. But remember, in order for Schiraldi to take this role, it all has to be approved by the Senate committee. So we're going to have to see how that goes. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:04 now, and the confirmation hearing comes on the heels of a violent few hours in certain parts of Baltimore City. 4 people were shot this past weekend, 2 of the incidents involving juveniles. Police say a group of juveniles robbed a man, then shot him in southeast Baltimore. Then police say that a 14-year-old girl was shot in her leg. They say she was playing with the gun with 2 other juveniles when she was shot. The other 2 children ran away.
Meanwhile, the House will hold a hearing on Wednesday on a bill that City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is backing to toughen penalties for some gun crimes. And now Republicans are introducing even more bills to tackle crime. The No Bail for Violent Offenders Act, the Juvenile Gun Offense Accountability Act, and the Gun Theft Act. Republicans say the bills are an effort to get tough on crime.
Tough on crime policies that have been passed in Annapolis over the last few years have resulted in hundreds and hundreds of deaths of innocent people.
Political analyst John Deedy says he believes most of the Republican efforts will stumble along party lines. He says he thinks the only bill that will move forward is the one from the city state's attorney.
I think the problem with the bill is it's a good bill. Problem is it's been introduced by a Republican. And in Annapolis, the Democrats control things. They may cherry pick a little bit out of the bill, put it in the Senate Bill 889. But for the most part, I don't see it really getting anywhere as far as getting a hearing, etc.
Well, you can find more on Republicans' proposed crime bills right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 6:05 and continuing coverage this morning. People in Baltimore County beyond are rallying around the police detective who is now in shock trauma after more than a 36-hour manhunt spanned 2 counties last week. This GoFundMe page you see right here, organized for that injured detective who was shot multiple times, has raised more than $109,000 right now in just one day. Baltimore County Police saying yesterday, Detective Jonathan G. was recovering. He's alert and in good spirits. You can find a link to that GoFundMe page right on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Now, police say it was this man, 24-year-old David Linthicum, who shot 2 police officers in 2 days last week, and today he is expected in court for a bond review. Now, this all started when police say officers responded to Linthicum's home on Wednesday after a call for someone in crisis. Charging documents revealed that David Linthicum's father let officers into the family home in Cockeysville, concerned that his son was suicidal. The charging documents then say that officers found Linthicum holding a high-powered rifle. He then fired 15 rounds, hurting one officer and eventually getting away. Now, that officer has since been released from the hospital. More than 24 hours later, the documents reveal Linthicum was spotted a few blocks from his family home. The documents say an officer approached Linthicum, but Linthicum shot the officer and stole his police car.
It started out as a routine call, and now we're looking at 2 officers shot 2 days in a row. I can't think, I worked here for 35 years, I can't think of a time where something like that has happened before.
Officers arrested Linthicum 8 hours later in Harford County. He is now facing several charges, including attempted murder. He's now being held without bail.
It's still not clear how he was able to get away from police Wednesday. Fox 45 News will continue to follow this story in the days ahead, and you can stay up to date on air and at foxbaltimore.com. Crime continues to rise in Baltimore County as a man is shot right near the Talson Circle. Just ahead, the worries about county crime looking more like city crime.
Tensions are rising in the South China Sea. Just ahead, why the Philippines Coast Guard is accusing China of blocking their ships.
And our temperatures are not too bad this morning. We're definitely drier than yesterday, and we'll see more sun for the afternoon. Your Monday forecast and a look ahead at warmer temperatures all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
6:11 this morning. Tensions are rising in the east. We are following reports that China is ramping up its nuclear arsenal.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with what else is happening in that region. Taylor?
Yeah, guys, take a look at this new report from CNN. It says the Philippine Coast Guard is accusing China's ships of aiming a laser at one of their ships in the South China Sea. Take a look. This is the picture that was shared by the Philippine Coast Guard. They say a Chinese ship struck that vessel with a military-grade laser. It temporarily blinded some of the crew members on board, and it blocked the transport of food in the region. This aggressive move marks the first time China has used lasers to block Philippine ships, and happening now as tensions continue to rise as military alliance grows between the U.S. and the Philippines. Now, this follows a joint-led military exercise in South China Sea. Now, the U.S. says this was planned in advance, but Beijing and Washington have had strained relations over the shooting down of that suspected Chinese spy balloon. Now, we're also seeing a new report of growing concerns over China's nuclear threat. According to Japan's Kodo News, China is considering tripling its stockpile of nuclear warheads from 900 to 2035. Now, this week, we know the president of Iran is expected to pay China a visit at the request of President Xi Jinping. We'll follow these updates for you here at the Live Center.
Well, after months of delays, City Council President Nick Mosby is expected in court. Just ahead, what we could expect to hear about accusations of his city ethics board violation.
And after a more than 36-hour manhunt spanning 2 counties, the suspect now facing several charges, including attempted murder. Just ahead, we take a closer look at the teamwork that spanned the counties to bring him into custody. 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .6:15 and happening today, City Council President Nick Mosby will be appearing in court for his hearing surrounding an ethics violation. This comes after it was postponed for a second time last month. 8 months ago, the city's ethics board found City Council President Nick Mosby violated city ethics rules surrounding his failure to report donations to a legal defense trust, which bears his name. Now, Mosby appealed that decision and filed a late memorandum naming his new attorney and laying out his defense. But attorneys for the Ethics Board asked the judge not to accept the filing because it was filed 3 months late. Arguments will be heard at 2 today. Meanwhile, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial probably will not happen until this fall. During a pretrial hearing Friday, a judge revealing that the trial could happen in either September or October. A request for a third postponement came earlier this month after Mosby's new public defender, Eric Wida, said that he needed more time to prepare. Wida says he has still not received the case file from Mosby's former defense attorney, A. Scott Bolton.
Valentine's Day is just around the corner, and everyone is encouraged to put some love in a letter and send it to someone in need. Children's hospitals, nursing homes, shelters, even some frontline employers are all accepting Valentine's Day cards and treats. St. Jude's Children's Hospital is accepting virtual cards. The hospital is also accepting monetary donations and has partnered with some Amazon storefronts for donations and giftable items. AARP is also bringing back its Cupid Crew initiative, sending heartfelt messages to socially isolated seniors.
Love isn't always cheap. Americans plan on spending nearly $26 billion this Valentine's Day, and that's according to a survey from the National Retail Federation. On average, most people say they will spend about $192. As for presents, the top Valentine's Day gifts are expected to be candy, followed by greeting cards, and then flowers.
We want to see how you're celebrating Valentine's Day with your special someone. Send us your favorite Valentine's Day pictures through the Chime In tab at foxbaltimore.com or on the WBFF app.
I don't know. I think Donna Kelsey won yesterday.
Yes, she did.
She had the outfit. She was the mom of the Kelsey brothers, obviously.
2 different shoes.
The two different shoes. Yep. She had different earrings, and obviously one brother, the loser, won the winner. But
they were both crying at the end of the game.
I know,
right.
and there's 3 Super Bowl rings amongst the 2 brothers because
That's pretty special.
Jason, got the one for the Eagles a couple years ago. Exactly right. So, I don't know. What do you guys think about the game?
5 years ago yesterday.
5 years ago yesterday. So, Tom, you're an Eagles fan. He's still here. That's good. You?
Yeah, I only saw up through halftime, and it was good. And when I went to bed, I was wondering, the Eagles are far in it.
Right. By halftime, you're like, we got
when
this.
They got that field goal. I was like, so now they're 10 up, and I went with the Chiefs. So when my alarm went off this morning, I lay there for a minute thinking, who won? And then the alert comes on your phone. I just picked up my phone, and I'm like, yes.
Because she wins Miss Shirley's.
I win Miss Shirley's.
We did the pigskin thing.
I'm the biggest winner. I don't care who goes home with the trophy.
So Megan won
MVP.
the trophy.
She won the trophy again this year.
Yeah, she won the trophy. And then Patrice and I had a side bet because I'm from Vegas. And I'm like, yeah, let's bet. Cool, Eagles. And then I was like, sure, I'll buy you Miss Shirley's. And I thought I was going to win Miss Shirley's. And now Patrice gets Miss Shirley's. So you hey, you name the day, hon. I'll get you Miss Shirley's. I will.
Don't you worry.
I will pay my bets. All right. Either way, I'm going to eat some of it, so I win in that scenario too. Good morning to all of you. Happy Monday. We're back at it here as you get back after a fun Super Bowl last night. Hopefully you enjoyed the game and all the great commercials and all the fun stuff there. 40 your current temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little bit of that northwest wind, about 9 to 15 miles an hour. Just stepped outside a moment ago, and overall it's not too bad. The rain done. So we are seeing the clouds that are moving out of here, that area of low pressure that brought all of the rain yesterday, moving off toward the east. And overall today we're going to see some nicer conditions. So as the kids get out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, getting them ready for school. Next hour, we'll see those numbers in the upper 30s, mid-50s through lunchtime, and close to 60 as you pick them up later this afternoon. So a mild afternoon, definitely milder than yesterday. Golfers getting out there on your forecast, mid-40s through 9 a.m. and 50s into that noon hour. We'll be in the upper 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Not much wind to speak of later today as well. Check out our high temperatures. Now, typically mid-40s is where we are this time of year. Mid to upper 50s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown, 57 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, almost 60 in Dundalk through Baltimore City, even 58 for you in Talson this afternoon. Hartford and Cecil counties in those mid to upper 50s as well. Bel Air, Aberdeen over to Perryman, up into Northeast and areas in Elkton, right about 57 for your high this afternoon, and even close to 60 in D.C. today. I know Philly fans a little sad this morning, but 57 in Philadelphia and mid 50s in New York if you're heading up north on 95. Now check checking our temperature tracker. The good news is these temps this week stay well above average. So a little bit of a dip tomorrow, but we're talking mid-60s into Wednesday and Thursday. That is definitely a nice warm-up. Those temperatures will drop a little bit as we head toward the weekend. You're going to see them bottom out on Saturday with the coldest day over the next 7. But that's really about it. Just that one day before we get into the 40s. The rest of those days seeing well above average numbers. Our future scan looking like this. We stay mainly dry today. A few clouds kind of hanging around as we take you into Tuesday afternoon. Lots of sunshine. A few more clouds rolling in on Wednesday. May see a stray shower or two, but overall really not tracking much rain. Not until we get to Thursday. That's going to be our next weather maker ahead of a cold front moving through. That's what's going to drop our temperatures for the weekend and pick up those showers by the time we head into Thursday afternoon and Thursday evening. Tomorrow, Valentine's Day, so one day left on your holiday countdown. Next Monday is President's Day, and 5 weeks from today, my friends, the spring equinox. Meteorological spring starts March 1st, but that spring equinox in 5 weeks from today. Here's a look at your 7-day forecast. Overall, not too bad. Again, our showers coming up and picking up the chances for those showers into Thursday and Friday, and then we are dry for this upcoming President's Day weekend. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network. Seeing a crash 95 southbound right near 695. You see the red right there. And you can see on the bottom right-hand screen there, in the black and white screens there, you see the flashing lights. That is showing you that they are slowed down, and it looks like it's in the median here. So the 3 lanes are getting by, but that left lane and the median are closed off. 2 cars involved with this. And here's a live look now from our Lynn Stoller mobile track, for traffic photographer Graham, actually heading north on 95 right near Rosedale. Looks great time for a morning commute here. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find 10 train 511 and Camden train 845 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Light rail link with a 15 to 20-minute delay at present. Certainly allow time for travel there on light rail link this morning. Looking in the direction of Metro Subway Link, nothing in your way. On-time service is what you'll find in both directions. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Consuming wine is considered healthy when it's done in moderation. Just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, we're going to learn which type of wine is healthier to drink.
Show yourself some love with a yoga workout. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we'll learn some poses that will work your spine and core and really get you into the mood here to be relaxed. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 626 in your consumer news. Starbucks rewards program is changing starting today.
That's right. Yeah, Justin's. Listen up, Justin. Here you go. The coffee house chain is raising the prices of its popular rewards program. Under the new system, most of the rewards will now cost twice as many points, which are also known as stars. For instance, a free hot coffee, pastry, or hot tea will no longer be yours for 50 stars. Now you're going to need 100. The good news is, though, they're going to put more items on the menu. More things will be introduced.
The Biden administration proposing new regulations for refrigerators and clothes washers. Now, the administration says the new rules would save 233 million metric tons in emissions over the 30 years. Some experts say the regulations are not necessary, and the cost to buy them will never make up for the potential energy savings. The administration has made new requirements for 110 appliances. Nice weather heading our way after a rainy weekend. Well, the end of the weekend. Look at this beautiful start to your Monday morning here. Weather Authority team letting us know when we should expect a warm up.
More violence in Talson, not far from the mall. Coming up, what police are saying about the man who was shot yesterday evening and how leaders are responding to the ongoing crime. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning after a late Super Bowl night. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have somebody that is really pumped or is just trying to keep themselves awake in the studio with us.
I'm not sure which it is.
Right.
I mean,
it's B. It's definitely B.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Trying to keep myself awake. Exactly right. Good morning.
You're on 100 though, so you're doing something.
Right. Thank you very much, Patrice. Tom, good morning to you. I know, Tom, didn't work out the way you wanted. It's all good. It was a great game last night. Hopefully you enjoyed watching right here on Fox 45. And in 3 years, we get Super Bowl 60. All right, here's a look right now outside. There's a beautiful shot from our Talson cam. Sun coming up about a half hour or so from right now. Good news is we're going to see a lot more sunshine today. I know yesterday wasn't the best weather-wise, but upper 30s right now as you wake up in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley over to Owings Mills. 37 in Talson, 40 in Baltimore City right now. Out for your morning drive next couple of hours, upper 30s and lower 40s, so not too bad. And overall, we are dry. Roads a little bit wet from all of that rain. We should top out close to 60 this afternoon. Temperatures definitely staying above average for this time of year. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about how much warmer we get later this week as well. That's coming up in just a few. Back to you.
6:31 now. This morning, Baltimore County police continue to investigate following a shooting in Talson yesterday evening.
Now, this happened near the intersection of West Talson Town Boulevard and Washington Avenue, right near the Talson Circle and the Talson Town Center, and it happened just after 7.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the latest in this case. And Shannon, this is just the latest incident happening around that circle.
Yeah, and that is the unfortunate reality, Patrice. In fact, last night's shooting happened just down the street from here where I'm standing, also not far from the Talson Town Center, which is just behind us here. And that means it's not far from the Talson Town Circle, two very busy areas. Again, police not confirming much information about this shooting, just saying that a man was shot and taken to a local hospital. But we do want to get you to some scene video here where you can see that several streets were taped off last night. Again, at this time, police not saying what kind of condition the victim is in, but as we mentioned, this is just the latest violent incident in the county. In fact, we spoke with Baltimore County Delegate Kathy Shaliga about that, and she tells us she's worried that the county's crime could soon resemble the city's.
We have an escalation in murders in Baltimore County, felons using firearms, and that's where the crimes are happening. Citizens have had enough.
Yeah, in fact, last night's shooting happened just around the corner from where Quancy Davis is accused of holding 3 victims at gunpoint and sexually assaulting them. And it also happened just down the street from the Talson Town Center where, you'll remember, a large disturbance happened last month. So those are just 2 examples of the ongoing violence we're seeing not only here at the Talson Town Center, but also just around the county in general. So definitely not a comforting thing for people in this area. But of course, when we do get more information about last night's shooting, we will bring it to you right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Talson has seen a number of violent incidents recently. 2 weeks ago, police say someone fired shots right near Talson Town Circle. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Earlier this month, police say a suspect committed an armed carjacking at Loch Raven Boulevard and Joppa Road. And then at the end of December, 7 juveniles and an adult were arrested after a large, chaotic crowd formed at the Talson Circle.
6:34 and turning now to the crisis in the classroom and the shocking findings revealed in a Project Baltimore investigation. 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students proficient in math. That is 2,000 students all falling short of state standards on their most recent exams. It's prompting outrage from parents.
I can't afford no $1,000 tutor from Sylvan, but that's what he needs.
And our kids are not caught up. But we're passing them. We're passing them, but they can't read.
Terrible. Horrible. As city and state leaders often turning a blind eye to Fox 45 News when we question them. But prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump knows the failures of Baltimore City schools well and says that these findings are par for the course. In fact, last year, he joined a lawsuit against city schools which accuses the school system of wasting taxpayer dollars and failing to provide an adequate education to generations of students. In an exclusive interview with Fox 45 News, Maxine Stryker, she asked him about these latest findings.
You're very familiar, obviously, with the performance of Baltimore City schools and our reporting and the lawsuit. Do you think this is a crisis moment, hearing this latest news?
I think that anytime a young person is denied quality education, it represents a crisis. And so what we have to do is look at the situation for what it is. We have to say we are failing our children, and we have to take the responsibility to do better.
Dr. Ben Carson, who wrote the book Crisis in the Classroom with Crump, says the answer may be new leaders.
The solution is to get somebody in charge who cares. Because this, let me put it this way. If it was their child and their child was in this system and there was a responsibility for educating a child, I guarantee you would see different results. Obviously, you have people who just aren't that interested in doing anything about it.
Now, a statement from Baltimore City Public Schools claims that a plan is in place to help boost test scores. In fact, it includes professional development, summer learning, and extended learning times at the end of the school day. A contentious pick for the state juvenile services. Just ahead, the confirmation hearing happening today and the questions many lawmakers have for him.
Warmer temperatures return as the work week begins. Just ahead, when we can expect the next weather maker. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A look at recent snowfall from these bountiful snowflakes in Tennessee to this wintry sight in North Carolina. A spectacular, brilliant sunrise from Utah. And here's one of a different hue in the Colorado Rockies. The photographer says it was 8 degrees out and points out that waning gibbous moon about to set.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
.640, and it's going to be a busy week for the U.S. economy. We get a couple of big monthly reports, including 2 on inflation.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with the big numbers we are tracking. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. Taking you live to New York, where we are awaiting tomorrow those release of 2 major economic indicators, the Consumer Price Index and producer prices. Now, the last report from December showed prices rose 6.5%. But analysts are predicting that number will tick down, a sign of slowing inflation. Now, a sign of good news here. Nationwide, the average cost of rent only rose 2% in January. That is the smallest increase in almost 2 years, according to Redfin. The median asking price right now in the U.S., $1,942. Well, that's $100 less than the peak last August. And 11 major cities where Redfin says rent is declining, with prices falling more than 6%. That includes Phoenix, Arizona. Seattle, and Oklahoma at the top of the list. But in Providence, Rhode Island, rent is up 7% year over year. Major hubs like Raleigh, North Carolina, they're on that list, with rent rising 22% in the last 12 months. But here in Baltimore, rent prices appear to be dropping at least 4.6%. That's the latest from the Live Center. We'll keep you updated.
Man, one of y'all. Yeah, well, he went on to say none of you picked us to win this, and look at us now. The Kansas City Chiefs go home as winners of Super Bowl 57. Just ahead, recap of that big game.
Ravens defensive end Calais Campbell making some news on Super Bowl Sunday. Just ahead, a look at his next career move. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.644, sparks may fly during a confirmation hearing being held by the state Senate Executive Nominations Committee today.
That hearing is for Vincent Schiraldi. He is the person that Governor Wes Moore is choosing to lead the Department of Juvenile Services.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning. And Shannon, why are some critics so concerned over this pick?
Yeah, so critics are concerned, Tom, with some of the policies that Schiraldi supports, and it really comes down to the handling of young people who commit crimes, which we know is a major topic of concern for people here in the city and in this state as a whole. Well, in past writings, Schiraldi has argued that people under the age of 21 should not be charged with crimes because then that would keep kids out of adult jail. But critics are arguing that if you're not holding teens accountable who are committing violent crimes, well, then the crime is only going to get worse. So stay with us because in 15 minutes, we're going to hear from our city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, hear what he thinks about this. Plus, I'm going to have more information about that confirmation hearing, which, again, is happening later on this evening. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Also happening today, a growing coalition of black local contractors are coming together to fight the city over MBE rule violations. MBE stands for Minority Business Enterprises. A protest is set to begin this morning at 10:45 at the site of Economic International Construction on South Canton Avenue. Multiple members of the coalition plan to speak.
6:46 right now. We need to get another check with your weather.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here in all his glory.
Yeah, feeling good. Yeah. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Yeah, kind of not the best day to kind of hang out outside, right? It was good to be inside watching the game. We had a lot of rain. We had cold temperatures. Good news is, guys, we've got a lot of sun on the way for us for your Monday. Looking out over the Inner Harbor right now. A few clouds kind of hanging around. Temperatures are mainly in the 30s and 40s. You can always catch those temperatures right there on the right side of your screen. Appreciate you being here with us here live and local. We're all the way live, all the way until 10 o'clock this morning. Right at 40 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little northwest wind, about 9 to 15 miles an hour. Overall, not too much wind to get in your way. And that rain is moving out and moving off toward the east. That area of low pressure out over the Atlantic right now. So that rain that we saw yesterday and those cold temperatures done for now. As you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, upper 30s and lower 40s in your rise and shine cast. Sun comes up just after 7 o'clock and goes to bed at 5:41. Those daylight hours really starting to expand as we get closer to meteorological spring and that spring equinox, which is coming up as well. 48 by about 10 o'clock as you head out and about here, and you can see those numbers in the mid to upper 50s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. Numbers staying in the 50s here into the 4 and 5 o'clock hour with that sun still up. So overall, not a bad Monday. In fact, a lot more sunshine than what we saw yesterday. Mid 40s is typically where we are this time of year. Most of us will be in the mid to upper 50s. 55 in Westminster, 57 Cockeysville, Hunt Valley over to Bel Air. Even the Eastern Shore, you'll stay in those 50s today and close to 60 in Annapolis there for the capital. Now, if you're traveling today, the West Coast or at least the western states around the Four Corners region dealing with some snow showers there. Even though it'll be 63 in Denver, we're still going to see those colder temperatures move in. 68 in Dallas this afternoon, mid 60s for Nashville down through Memphis, even lower 60s in Atlanta and the Mid-Atlantic looking pretty good. Overall, on your outdoors cast, not a bad couple of days. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, green lights for you as those temperatures are staying mild. And we stay mainly dry, too. We'll have a few clouds that'll kind of work through into the afternoon. Overall, tomorrow will stay mainly dry as well. Wednesday gets a little cloudier, may see a stray shower or two. Most of the models showing us that Thursday is going to be when our next weather maker rolls in. That's going to bring us those rain showers Thursday afternoon into the evening time, and then that colder air working in by the time we head into the weekend. Shout out to Clara, and that is Sergio, the doggy right there, with our pet pics all ready for Valentine's Day. Thank you so much, Clara, for sending that picture in, and love to see your pet pics too. We put them on TV every weekday morning. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Here is your 7-day forecast. Yeah, and we're looking good. Again, mid to upper 50s. Tomorrow looking great for Valentine's Day. And then look at those 60s for Wednesday and Thursday. It will be a little bit colder as we head closer to the weekend. Patrice?
Looking good this week. All right, looking at the Lynn Solar traffic network, not looking so good. We are seeing a 2-car crash on 83 South right near Seminary Avenue. You're taking a live look there, and you see that traffic starting to slow through that area, so give yourself some time if that's where you're headed, or maybe find an alternate route. Here's a live look now from the Lynn Stoller mobile track. Our traffic photographer Graham is heading south near Nottingham and looking good out there.
Yeah, the Chiefs ended up beating Philadelphia Eagles, become Super Bowl 57 champions. The game ending with a final score 38-35. Score was tied 35 points with about 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. There was a weird call. We won't get into that. But the Chiefs pulled ahead, 27-yard field goal with just 8 seconds left on the clock to clinch the victory and their third Super Bowl title.
Shout out my teammates, man. We challenged each other. It took everybody to win this football game.
Not all the action on the field was sports related. How about this? Pop and R&B legend Rihanna took the stage for the halftime show. Before performing a set list of some of her major hits, the star opened her performance by rubbing her belly. A rep later confirming that Rihanna is indeed pregnant with her second child.
Special guest here to share his appreciation.
That was incredible. Before the start of Super Bowl 57, State Farm Stadium paid tribute. Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin, and you can see all the medical staff he was hugging there that saved his life, not once, but twice. Wow. Remarkable recovery after suffering cardiac arrest last month while playing against Cincinnati Bengals. Victory parade for the Chiefs scheduled for Wednesday in Kansas City, of course. But that Damar Hamlin was just incredible to see. And
that was
there's
good. Talk he's playing next year. It really?
See,
I heard an interview with him. He said he wasn't sure that, of course, he wanted to, but he didn't know when that was going to happen.
Was that the interview where he was like, I had plans, God had bigger plans?
This was with Strahan.
So
before,
Strahan,
some of the all-day coverage, that they had. So I don't know. It was interesting, but great for him winning if he can do that. It was nice to see him hugging all the first responders.
Yeah.
The game itself, I mean, did you watch?
I saw the Rihanna halftime show. That was Super Bowl for me, man. It was late.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
great,
with you on that.
Floating stages, wasn't that incredible?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
good stuff.
I really like that. Even without any special guests other than the baby.
It's all good.
There was a special guest.
Exactly. All right. Well, if you are searching for a partner for this Valentine's Day, the last thing you want to do is find a scammer. Instead, just ahead how you can spot a romance scammer.
Valentine's Day, reminder to show our love and appreciation for our better halves. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark will be live from Main Street with the sweet treats that you can get your Valentine.
That was a big hippo there. You know what? Your Valentine might appreciate a cup of coffee this morning, especially after staying up late for the big game.
Especially if they're Eagles fans. It won't taste as good as KC fans. Whether your team won or lost, now is a good time for a coffee break.
My team won.
My team did not.
6:55, making headlines. The U.S. military has shut down another object, this time over Lake Huron. And the latest object is sparking more questions and concerns about the nation's safety.
Democrat Representative Jim Hines the House Intelligence Committee spoke on Meet the Press, saying that he has real concerns about the lack of transparency from the Biden administration.
You know, all of a sudden, massive speculation about alien invasions and, additional Chinese action or Russian action. In the absence of information, people's anxiety leads them into potentially destructive areas. So I do hope that very soon the administration has a lot more information for all of us on what's going on.
Republicans are also calling on the president to brief Congress on the unidentified objects, focusing on the nation's defenses. House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Turner spoke on the topic on CNN's State of the Union.
We're going to have to begin to look at the United States airspace as one that we need to defend and that we need to have appropriate sensors to do so. This shows some of the problems and gaps that we have. We need to fill those as soon as possible because we certainly now ascertain there is a threat.
Meanwhile, the efforts to recover the remnants of a Chinese spy balloon has been suspended due to poor weather conditions. Pentagon officials on Friday said a significant amount of debris has been located and underwater recovery will continue when conditions permit.
In Ohio, the state's attorney general will personally oversee the investigation into a reporter's arrest.
You guys, he's a national correspondent. You cannot do this.
News Nation correspondent Evan Lambert was pushed to the ground, handcuffed, and arrested last Wednesday while covering a news conference led by Ohio's governor. Local prosecutors asked the attorney general to handle the case since it involved multiple state agencies, including the Ohio State Highway Patrol and the Ohio National Guard. Lambert was charged with criminal trespassing and resisting arrest. He is scheduled for arraignment February 23rd.
6:57, and several major crimes in the Washington, D.C. area are on the rise, and now police are warning people to be aware of a string of robberies involving a certain coat brand.
For this morning's Assignment America, reporter Nick Minnock from our sister station in Washington, D.C. has the latest on this unique crime wave that's hitting residents and tourists in the nation's capital.
Canada Goose coats that sell for around $1,500 appear to be the target for thieves in Washington, D.C. At least 5 robberies have happened within 13 days of each other. The latest known robbery happening on February 5th at 1:30 in the afternoon on the 1800 block of T Street Northwest. This is where 2 people were held at gunpoint for their coats. The police report saying one robber approached a victim and began to count down from 5 while pointing a gun in his face. That's when the male victim handed over his coat. Police released this video of the vehicle and people of interest. 3 days before that robbery, on February 2nd, another Canada Goose coat was stolen on I Street Northwest, where a thief indicated he was holding a gun and said to the victim, "Don't say anything or I will blow your head off." The day before, on February 1st at 10:30 a.m., a woman was walking on the sidewalk near George Washington University Hospital. The police report saying a person pushed a gun into the side of her torso and told her to give me your coat. And on January 25th, a man was punched in the face, held at gunpoint, and ordered to take off his jacket and to give up his vehicle. And on January 24th at around 11 a.m., a victim was walking to school when thieves demanded he give them his jacket. After the victim said no, the 3 suspects assaulted him and stole his Canada Goose coat. Crime in Washington, D.C. is getting the attention of several members of Congress, some who say their constituents are afraid to visit the nation's capital. Some crimes even impacting some members of Congress. Minnesota Congresswoman Angie Craig said just last week a man punched her in the elevator at her D.C. apartment. In Washington, I'm Nick Minnock.
Well, George Washington University staff sent out an alert warning students about the string of those robberies. Police still have not caught the robbers.
Sparks may fly during a confirmation hearing today for the person that Governor Wes Moore thinks should be the leader of the juvenile justice services in our state. Coming up, we're going to hear why some have concerns over his policies and what City State's Attorney Ivan Bates thinks about that.
A more than 36-hour manhunt spanning 2 counties landed one police detective in shock trauma. How the community is coming together to support the detective, who we're told is now alert and in good spirits.
And our temperature's not too bad right now. We'll see a lot more sunshine today than what we saw yesterday. We'll break down your forecast right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, February 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Day after Super Bowl, day before chocolate is kind of one way to look at it.
I like that. I like the way you're thinking about that. Yeah. Okay. Good morning to both of you.
Every day is a good day for the chocolate.
I know, right? And, you know, we all say that maybe this should be a holiday because it's the day after the Super Bowl. Everybody was watching. But no, we're all here. Shaking your head.
I don't think it should be a holiday.
I don't think it either. It's just a football game.
Listen, it's a football. I know. But, you know, we hope you enjoyed it last night. Of course, I've got to pay up and buy Patrice and Miss Shirley's because that was our side bet. Good morning to all of you looking out over downtown Baltimore. Ooh, Miss Shirley sounds good. We should get that right now. Our temperatures in the upper 30s right now for Baltimore up into Cockeysville, 40 in Rosedale and Essex, 41 Dundalk, down through Glen Burnie at this time. Now, taking a look at your Mr. Bo morning drive cast, upper 30s and lower 40s over the next couple of hours. Good news is today we will see a lot more sunshine and temperatures that are going to be well above average. We're going to shoot right into the mid to upper 50s as we head toward the afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk more about that coming up in just a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and the area map here. You see some slowdowns, and really the main issue right now that we have is southbound on 695's Beltway, right at 95, right when you're approaching 695. There is a two-vehicle accident that's there, and it looks like they're cleaning that up as we speak. The other one is US 40 southbound right at Burke Avenue, a vehicle there, and that's causing your delays. Those are the reds and the yellows that you see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. Everybody else moving along just fine.
7:02, we start with your Session 2023 coverage, and happening today, the State Senate Executive Nominations Committee will hold a confirmation hearing for Governor Westmore's pick to lead the Department of Juvenile Services. We're talking about Vincent Schiraldi.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with why some critics are raising concerns around Moore's choice. Shannon?
Well, Tom, it all comes down to his views on trying young adults in the juvenile court and justice system. In fact, sparks may fly in today's hearing because we know that a lot of people are concerned about the crime in both the city and the state of Maryland as a whole. So let's take a look, though, first at the information for this hearing. It's happening at 5 this evening in the Miller Senate building in Annapolis, and it is a confirmation hearing, like you said, held by the State Senate Executive Nominations Committee. But going back to that controversy, though, critics are skeptical of some of Schiraldi's past writings, which talk about the possibility of not charging people with crimes until they are 21 years old, and that would prevent them from experiencing the adult criminal justice system. Now, with juvenile crime, though, being a major problem in the city, some people worry that the problem is only going to get worse if young people are not held accountable. In the meantime, we asked City State's Attorney Ivan Bates about juvenile justice and Vincent Schiraldi's take on all of this. He says he wants to know where everyone stands. Listen.
That's something I feel the state's attorney's office really need to understand and know, because I would like to have that nominee define, you know, what he views as violent, what he views as nonviolent, because I think that would allow me to have a better understanding in terms of the mindset of way he's looking at the law. I recognize some of these writings were in New York, some of them also down in Washington, D.C. I've heard some very positive things, and I've also heard some other things that are a little concerning. But I'm also a big believer in that the governor went and did his due process, and this is who the governor wants.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Schiraldi does have a lengthy resume in the criminal justice world. He previously served as the commissioner of New York City's Department of Corrections, and he also was the director of juvenile corrections in Washington, D.C. But remember, in order for Schiraldi to take this role, the Senate committee must still approve it. So we will see what happens in today's hearing. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. The confirmation hearing comes on the heels of a violent few hours in certain parts of Baltimore City. You see the map right here. 4 people were shot this past weekend. 2 of those incidents involving juveniles. Police say a group of juveniles ended up robbing a man, then shot him in southeast Baltimore. Then police tell us that a 14-year-old girl was shot in her leg. They say that she was playing with a gun with 2 other juveniles when she was shot. The other 2 children just ran away.
Meanwhile, the House will hold a hearing Wednesday on a bill that City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is backing to toughen penalties for some gun crimes. Now, Republicans also introducing more bills to tackle crime: the No Bail for Violent Offenders Act, the Juvenile Gun Offense Accountability Act, and the Gun Theft Act. Republicans say the bills are an effort to get tough on crime.
Tough on crime policies that have been passed in Annapolis over the last few years have resulted in hundreds and hundreds of deaths of innocent people.
Political analyst John Deedy says most of the Republican efforts will just stumble along party lines. He says he thinks the only bill that will move forward is the one from the city state's attorney.
I think the problem with the bill is it's a good bill. Problem is it's been introduced by a Republican. And in Annapolis, the Democrats control things. They may cherry pick a little bit out of the bill, put it in the Senate Bill 889. But for the most part, I don't see it really getting anywhere as far as getting a hearing, etc.
Now, you can find more on Republicans' proposed crime bills on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Continuing coverage this morning of the more than 36-hour manhunt spanning 2 counties that landed one police detective in shock trauma.
Now, community members are showing their support following last week's chase. Now, this GoFundMe page for the injured detective has raised more than $109,000. You see it. That happened in just one day. Baltimore County Police saying yesterday Detective Jonathan Chi is recovering. He's alert and he's in good spirits.
You can find a link to the GoFundMe page on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Police say this man, 24-year-old David Linthicum, shot those 2 police officers in Baltimore County 2 days last week. And today he's expected in court for a bond review. It all started when police say officers responded to Linthicum's home Wednesday after a call from someone in crisis. Charging documents revealing Linthicum's father led officers into the family home in Cockeysville, concerned that his son was suicidal.
The charging documents say officers found Linthicum holding a high-powered rifle. He then fired 15 rounds, hurting one officer and eventually getting away. Now, that officer has since been released from the hospital. More than 24 hours later, the documents reveal Linthicum was spotted a few blocks from his family home. The documents say Detective Chi approached Linthicum, but Linthicum shot him and stole his police car.
It started out as a routine call, and now we're looking at 2 officers shot 2 days in a row. I can't think, I worked here for 35 years, I can't think of a time where something like that has happened before.
Officers arrested Linthicum 8 hours later in Harford County. He is now facing several charges, including attempted murder. He's being held without bail. Now, it's still not clear how Linthicum was able to get away from police on Wednesday. Fox 45 News will continue to follow the story in the days ahead. You can follow our complete coverage of the case both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com.
And stay right here with Fox 45 News all morning long. Coming up at 7:45 this morning, former FBI agent Dr. Tyrone Powers will be joining the morning show. He'll provide some insight on the jurisdictions that are now in charge of Linthicum's capture and what goes on now. Happening today, City Council President Nick Mosby will appear in court for his hearing surrounding an ethics violation. This comes after it was postponed for a second time last month. 8 months ago, the city's ethics board found Mosby violated city's ethics rules surrounding his failure to report donations to a legal defense trust, which bears his name. Mosby appealed that decision and then filed a late memorandum naming his new attorney and laying out his defense. But attorneys for the ethics board asked the judge not to accept the filing because it was filed 3 months late. Arguments will be heard at 2 this afternoon.
Meanwhile, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial probably won't happen now until the fall. During a pretrial hearing on Friday, a judge revealed that the trial could happen in September or October. A request for a third postponement came earlier this month after Mosby's new public defender, Eric Whita, said he needed more time to prepare. Whita says he hasn't received the case file from Mosby's former defense attorney, A. Scott Bolden. 7:09 now. This morning, tensions are rising in the east with new intelligence that China is ramping up its nuclear arsenal.
And Taylor Stewart is joining us from our live center this morning with what else is happening in the region. Taylor.
Well, that's right. Military leaders in the Philippines say China launched an unprecedented attack in the South China Sea. They say a Chinese ship struck one of their vessels with a military-grade laser. It temporarily blinded some of the crew members on board. This is the picture from the Philippine Coast Guard. They say it blocked food transport to the region, and it's the first time China has used lasers to block ships in that part of the sea. Now, this follows U.S.-led joint military exercises in the South China Sea. Now, the White House says that was planned in advance, but relations between Washington and Beijing have been strained over the shooting down of a suspected Chinese spy balloon. We're also seeing a new report on growing concerns over China's nuclear threat. According to Japan's Kyodo News, China is now considering tripling its stockpile of nuclear warheads from 900 by 2035. At this point, we know the president of Iran is expected to pay a visit to China at the request of President Xi Jinping. That is the latest here from the Live Center.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you, Taylor. Now we want to switch gears and get another check of our forecast.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers, who stayed up all night, watched the game, is here ready to go this morning, though.
Not all night. I made it till about the fourth quarter, which I was surprised at. But yeah, definitely tired, a little weary-eyed. It's all good. Hopefully you're good to go this morning. Look at this. Finally seeing that sun. That is a great looking picture this morning, considering we had all that cloud cover, the rainy and cold conditions that were around for your Super Bowl Sunday. But we are going to see more sun and warmer temperatures. Statewide right now, we're mainly in the 20s and 30s for Western Maryland. Some of us in the lower 40s. Bel Air, Annapolis, down through North Beach, 36 in Laurel, and 39 your temp in Baltimore City. So out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, low to mid 40s. Overall, cool conditions on your jogging cast. Definitely need to get that exercise from all that fun stuff we ate last night. 59 for our high today. We're back to the upper 30s tonight, and then we'll be in the 50s as well tomorrow. But we do see a lot more sunshine and well above average numbers coming later this week. We'll break that down for you coming up in just a few minutes.
Thank you, Justin. Violence continues to build in Baltimore County, topping our next half hour. How the latest incident at the Talson Town Center plays into a bigger problem.
But first, it is Heart Health Awareness Month. After the break, the kind of wine that can actually help your heart and provide extra benefits. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:15. You've probably heard that drinking red wine can be healthy. Maybe you plan to have some tomorrow for Valentine's Day, or maybe you had a lot last night if you're an Eagles fan. Well, February is Heart Health Awareness Month, so it's a good time to really understand when wine is and is not good for us. For today's Monday Morning House Call, registered dietitian nutritionist Jessica DiCastoli is joining us from GBMC is joining us to talk all about what we need to know. Good morning, Jessica.
Good morning, Patrice. Thanks for having me.
You're about to make some people really happy by telling them they can have wine, but why is drinking red wine good for us?
So the theory is that there are a group of polyphenols in red wine, and one of the most common and that you hear about is resveratrol. And that's found in the skins of the grapes. And red wine, the way it's made, it's fermented with the skins on longer than white wine. So you end up with a higher amount of that resveratrol in the wine. So that is thought to, the theory is really that the resveratrol could possibly decrease cholesterol buildup in the body and also decrease clot formation, which then can reduce the risk of heart attack. So that's sort of what the main, when you talk about the heart and you talk about red wine, that's really where that evidence comes from, is sort of the studies that found that.
So how much red wine are we talking? Is this a daily amount, or what are we talking here?
So moderate wine consumption is defined as 1 glass of wine per day for women and 1 to 2 glasses of wine per day for men. So the thing that you really need to look at is, what is a glass, right? So my glass may look different than your glass. So the American Heart Association defines 1 glass of wine as 4 ounces. So that's only about half a cup. So depending on how big your wine glass or your goblet is, you may be having a lot more than you realize. So it's sort of important to look at that. And depending where you dine, sometimes they give you a lot more than that.
Sure. You just put that in perspective for a lot of people. It's a lot different. All right, but let me ask you about this. What about the sugar content of wine? A lot of people, want to stay away from it because they don't want all the sugar. But is that a good enough trade-off to have the glass of wine because of the heart health, but even knowing it has the sugar?
Right. So, I mean, no health professional is really going to tell you to start drinking if you're not, drinking right now.
That was my next question. So good to know that.
It's not, the evidence is not strong enough to sort of to suggest that anybody do that. In terms of, if you're living with diabetes and you're concerned about the sugar content in wine, the way that wine is produced, it actually ends up with not having that much sugar in the wine. And the way your body metabolizes alcohol is different than it may metabolize some other food that has carbohydrates or that has sugar. So therefore, it's really safe for somebody with diabetes or concerned about sugar intake to have that moderate amount of wine. And the American Diabetes Association actually says that that is safe in moderation. However, if you're on certain medications, you always want to check with your doctor.
Let me ask you this real quick. If I don't want to do the wine, though, where can I get the health benefits that I was going to get from the wine in other foods and ways?
Right. So you definitely don't have to just get it from wine. So you can do purple or red grapes or grape juice, cranberries, strawberries. There's some in cocoa. There's some in peanuts. So you certainly don't need to get this from the wine specifically. And so just to go back to your question about the wine, the drier wines, so the Pinot Noirs or the Petit Syrah, these wines they have a thicker skin. So the idea is that there may be more resveratrol, that compound that helps decrease the heart attacks in the wine. And for sugar content, you want to stay away from those sweet dessert wines like Moscato. They do have more calories, and then they're going to have a little bit more sugar than sort of these drier wines.
Okay, so my takeaway from all of this is that it's also found in cocoa, so I can have some chocolate and red wine, and I'm good to go.
Right, and if you don't like wine, then have some dark chocolate.
Even more chocolate.
Some strawberries and dark chocolate. You'll get a nice dose there.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We need to get a check of our forecast.
Yes, somebody that likes wine and chocolate. Meteorologist Justin Chambers over there. You feeling healthier this morning?
Yeah, Pinot Noir, Syrah, those are great wines and a great time to enjoy that. Hopefully you had some of that last night and maybe enjoying it for the weekend. By the way, I've started the weekend with my first trip to the Hippodrome. That was amazing on Friday night with Les Mis, even though it was a really sad show, and there was like one part that was kind of fun. Overall, it was a great time. So I had a lot of fun out there, and definitely will be back at the old Hip. Here's a look at our HD radar. Am I hip to say the Hip? I don't know. Here's a look at our HD radar. The shower's moving off toward the east right now, so we are drier than what we saw yesterday with all that cloud cover and all of that rain. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, no need for the umbrella here this morning. Numbers into the 30s. I'm happy she did umbrella. I just wanted Jay-Z to show up, but it didn't happen last night. It's all good. Mid-50s by noontime and into the upper 50s into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour when you get the kids home from the bus stop. Overall, not a bad afternoon. Temperatures are going to be in the upper 40s through 10 a.m. and into the later part of the afternoon, close to 60 for a lot of us. Definitely more sunshine today than what we saw yesterday. And we'll be in those mid-50s if you're doing happy hour in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, he's excited about the post-Super Bowl action today with numbers in the mid-40s for 9 a.m. and your bird is the word cast. And overall today, temperatures typically in the mid-40s. So we definitely were in those lower 40s yesterday. Mid to upper 50s is what we're looking at for today. Even as I mentioned, some of us close to 60 degrees. Eastern Shore in the mid-50s. Annapolis 58, 57 your temp in Columbia. And up and down the 95 corridor, I know folks in Philly probably not happy this morning, but 57 for the high today and lower 50s down the ocean, lower 60s in Richmond this afternoon. Good news is our temperature tracker showing numbers well above average. Wednesday and Thursday will skyrocket into the mid-60s. Numbers are going to come down as we head toward this upcoming weekend. But we do stay mainly dry. A few clouds around later today. More sunshine for you tomorrow. And then Wednesday, we're tracking a few more showers late Wednesday into Thursday. Shout out to Tracy Jackson. Look at this picture of Jelly Bean. Yes, that is Jelly Bean ready for Valentine's Day. Love that picture, Tracy. And we love getting your pet pics too. JC Chambers at FoxBaltimore.com. Instagram, chime in, Facebook, however you want to get those pics. Even on Twitter, you can do that, and we'll put your pet pics on TV. All right, keeping those 50s here today and tomorrow. As I mentioned, we do stay mainly dry. Showers really coming in Thursday into Friday, and then we'll be colder coming up on Saturday. Patrice?
All right, Justin, the Kansas City Chiefs come out on top for Super Bowl 57. Still to come, a wrap-up of the game from both Philly and Chiefs fans. 7:23 is the time. All right, 7:25. Here's a reminder for you. If you have not bought a Valentine's Day present yet for that special someone, you better get moving. Valentine's Day is tomorrow. And apparently it's not a day for penny pinchers. The National Retail Federation reports that Americans are expected to spend just shy of $26 billion on Valentine's Day this year. That will make it one of the most expensive Valentine's Days since the Federation began tracking spending. That was back in 2004. Now, the spending spree comes as 2/3 of economists who were surveyed told the consumer financial services company Bankrate that they believe the country will enter a recession this year. But despite the uneasiness over the economy and concerns about inflation, consumers still seem inclined to spend their money.
Now, many of you are getting into the Valentine's Day mood. Dorian sent us this picture of Safari, the Morkie right here, wishing everyone a happy Valentine's Day. And we want to see how you're celebrating Valentine's Day this year. Scan the QR code you see right there on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos. It's all powered by Stackla. Might not be spring yet, but we are sure going to feel warmer temperatures this week.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know how long the above-average temperatures are expected to last.
More violence in Talson, not far from the mall. Coming up, we'll have the latest information, what police are saying about a man shot yesterday evening, and what leaders are saying about ongoing crime in this area. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. It is February 13th, 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
Tom Rogers. I was just thinking about it. You did that interview with the doctor about wine,
yes.
4 ounces, and I was looking at this. That's six glasses of wine right here in this one cup.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah,
she said it depends on the size of your glass or your goblet.
She said goblet. I know. That was.
there.
I was like a goblet of wine. Who does that? I was like, oh, I do. Yeah,
right,
so.
but you're only supposed to have 4 ounces. You have to measure
4 ounces. Okay, good to know. Good morning, Patrice, Tom. Good morning to all of you. This day after the Super Bowl, it is a Monday, and it is almost the middle of February, and look at that. Sunshine is there, and we're going to see a lot more sun than we saw yesterday. That's going to be nice. Also, our temperatures are going to warm up. So we have a warmer afternoon ahead, and those temperatures staying above average not only today, but over the next couple of days. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go on your morning drive. Upper 30s and lower 40s. Still a little wet from that rain that we saw yesterday, but not tracking any showers. 59 today, a little cooler tomorrow, but still upper 50s. And then check out those mid 60s on the way for your Wednesday. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that for you coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Monday morning, and let me just warn you right now, you probably know it, if you're heading from White Marsh to Aberdeen, just avoid 95 North. That's where we have some issues just north of this map that we're showing you. On the west side, right near 70, you see the slowdowns coming in 70 and the inner and outer loops. That is just the volume there. No issues to report, but 95 northbound, right behind that lenssolar.com traffic network sign. Yeah, from there all the way up to Aberdeen, it is very slow, northbound 95.
7:32 now. This morning, Baltimore County police are continuing to investigate a shooting that happened in Talson yesterday evening.
Now, it happened right near the intersection of West Talson Town Boulevard and Washington Avenue. That's right near the Talson Circle and Talson Town Center, and it happened just after 7.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live. She's got the latest in the case. And Shannon, this is just the latest that we've been hearing about in that area.
Yeah, and that is the unfortunate reality, Patrice. In fact, yesterday's shooting happened just down the street from where I'm standing now. It's also not far from the busy Talson Town Center here just behind us, and of course, close to the Talson Town Circle. Police, though, not confirming much information about the shooting, just saying that a man was shot and taken to a local hospital. But we do want to get you to some video of the scene here where you can see that several streets are taped off. This was last night. Again, at this time, though, police not saying what kind of condition the victim is in. But as we mentioned, this is just the latest violent incident in the county. We spoke with Baltimore County Delegate Kathy Shalega about that, and she tells us that she's worried that the county's crime could soon resemble the city's.
We have an escalation in murders in Baltimore County, felons using firearms, and that's where the crimes are happening. Citizens have had enough.
And look at this. Last night's shooting happened just around the corner from where Quancy Davis is accused of holding 3 victims at gunpoint and sexually assaulting them. And it also happened just down the street, of course, from the Talson Town Center, where you'll remember a large disturbance happened last month. So those are just 2 examples of the ongoing violence that we're seeing not only here at the Talson Town Center, but also around the county, so certainly not comforting for people here in this area. But of course, once we get more information about yesterday's shooting, we will bring it to you right here on Fox 45. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Talson has seen a number of violent incidents recently. Just 2 weeks ago, police say someone fired shots near the Talson Town Circle. Thankfully, no one was hurt.
Earlier this month, police say a suspect committed an armed carjacking at Lochraven Boulevard and Joppa Road. At the end of December, 7 juveniles were arrested after a large chaotic crowd formed at Talson Circle.
7:34, let's talk football. All right, Super Bowl 57 now in the books after Kansas City Chiefs barely defeats the Philadelphia Eagles 38-35 on a last-minute field goal.
Does that make you feel better that it was barely?
No, it doesn't.
That's almost even worse. Chris Daniels with our Sinclair sister station in Seattle is at midfield of State Farm Stadium this morning. Good morning, Chris.
And good morning, Patrice and Tom. We've actually left midfield to get out here in the cold, in the desert on this Monday morning. You know, that's a stadium now that is going to be known for close Super Bowls, dating back to 2008, the first one here. The Giants beating the Patriots 17-14. Then in 2015, the Seahawks lost in that close one to the Patriots 28-24. Now a 3-point game between Kansas City and Philadelphia last night, 38-35. Kansas City walking away the big winner here from the desert, but there is one man who is a big winner as well.
The duel in the desert paid off for George Sinistage.
had 1.7 million on Kansas City Chiefs and 1.9 million on the over. So
he's really happy.
The Michigan man says his big gamble on Super Bowl 57 was right on the money.
3-point-something million profits.
So you've had a really good night.
Oh, yes.
Sinistage was likely sweating the outcome as the Chiefs drove into Eagles territory late and came back after an early injury to Kansas City's star quarterback.
MVP Patrick Mahomes tweaked his ankle on this field in the second quarter, but said he did not get a painkiller at halftime.
We did some stuff to get it ready to go for that second half.
Mahomes won his second title at the age of 27. Eagles fans left deflated, but encouraged by the play of their star QB, Jalen Hurts.
And if it weren't for that fumble, we would have took it.
Octavia Woods is an Eagles fan from Hurts' home state of Texas.
Jalen, I'm not mad at you, and, we'll do it next time.
It was indeed a Super Bowl to remember for millions of reasons.
Honestly, at halftime, I was feeling a little bit iffy.
And for the millions who watched Kansas City win the big one again.
Yeah, the American Gaming Association said going into last night's Super Bowl 57 that some 50 million Americans were expected to bet some $16 billion, an all-time record. That's the story live this morning in a very chilly Glendale, Arizona at State Farm Stadium. I'm Chris Daniels. Let's send it back to you in beautiful Baltimore.
Well, all right. That's a lot of money to be won there. Well, we want to see how you celebrated the Super Bowl. Probably not with the millions like that guy. You can scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It is powered by Stackla.
Well, coming up ahead from our live center this morning, resting rent prices. The new trend in housing costs providing a bit of relief for certain parts of the country.
And we have a warmer afternoon ahead with temperatures close to 60. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at when the next weather maker moves in. 7:37 is the time.
It's going to be a busy week for the U.S. economy. We get a couple of big monthly reports, including 2 on inflation.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with those big numbers that we're tracking. Taylor.
That's right, guys. A live look now from the Capitol, where we're expecting to see inflation cool this week, at least signs that it is. Now, consumer prices rose 6.5% in December. Analysts predict that that number will come down a notch when we get tomorrow's consumer price index, and the same expected Thursday with producer prices. Now, this is some good news we've got here. Nationwide average cost of rent rose only 2% in January. That's the smallest increase in almost 2 years, according to Redfin. The median asking price for rent right now in the U.S., $1,942. That's $100 less than the peak in August. Now, Seattle, one of 11 major cities where Redfin says rent's actually declining year over year. Phoenix, Oklahoma City, they're at the top of that list with prices falling more than 6%. But that is not the case everywhere. In Providence, Rhode Island, rent's up 7% year over year. Raleigh, North Carolina, on the top of that list, with rent rising 22% in the last 12 months. Here in Baltimore, rent prices dropped 4.6%. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Back to you.
As the 2023 legislative session continues, so do hearings for Governor Wes Moore's cabinet, why he's picking Vincent Schiraldi to lead the Department of Juvenile Services.
But first, we are taking you through the jurisdictions in relation with David Lithicum, the man who caused a, 2-day manhunt across 2 different counties in Maryland. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Our community is safer this morning with this individual in custody where he belongs.
This morning, the Baltimore County Police detective who's been recovering at shock trauma, we are told, is on the mend, alert, and with good spirits. Police say the man you see right here, 24-year-old David Lithicum, shot 2 police officers in 2 days last week. All started when police say officers responded to Lithicum's home Wednesday after a call for someone in crisis. Charging documents reveal Lithicum's father let the officers into the family home in Cockeysville, concerned that his son was suicidal. Well, the critiques and the breakdown of what happened and how 2 officers were injured continues this morning as multi-agencies were involved. And joining us now with a likely response, former FBI agent Dr. Tyrone Powers. Dr. Powers, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good to be with you, Tom.
Sure. Citizens questioning how he was able to get away or evade officers. Overall, though, looking at this now, how do you think Baltimore County Police handled the manhunt?
I think they handled it well. These multi-jurisdictional searches can be sometimes difficult and complex. Luckily, in this particular area and in most states now, they have a communication system that allows the different jurisdictions to communicate. But getting officers to the different locations, getting that information out to different officers, getting officers who are just coming on shift, on board with what happened on the previous shift, especially when it's in another jurisdiction, can be sometimes difficult. But I think some planning had gone in place. A lot of it took place as a result of the 9/11 attacks. You had more coordination between agencies, cross-jurisdictional. We've had some issues before with mass shooters or active shooters. So jurisdictions have learned to be better at what they're doing because of this. And a manhunt is always dangerous because you not only have the police agencies involved, but you have citizens involved who are going about their regular day. Right. So even though you're notifying other agencies, you're giving them information, they're not only looking out for this individual, they're making sure that they don't hurt civilians.
Now, according to those charging documents, his father had actually called police, and he was the one that led the officer who was first wounded down into the basement where there was 15 rounds shot at the 2 of them. And when the initial call was for a suicidal person. Baltimore County has a mobile crisis team, and they provide mental health services for people with mental, behavioral, emotional crisis. Specifically, trained police officers, they say, are paired with licensed mental health. We don't know, because looking at charging documents, it doesn't say anything about this. But should somebody like that on the crisis team, should they be the first one whenever you hear suicidal thoughts?
Yeah, there's an evolutionary process with these mobile crisis units. Baltimore County is far in advance of other jurisdictions, but when do the police officer call them? Sometime when the police officer arrives on the scene, he meets with the individual, in this case, the father. He wants to deal with the immediate concerns. He believed that his skill set or her skill set can de-escalate the situation. So sometimes they don't make the appropriate call to the mobile crisis unit. The emphasis is to call mobile crisis, especially in these situations, so you don't escalate, so officers don't get hurt, other individuals don't get hurt, and even the individual you're calling for who's going through the mental health crisis don't get hurt.
Dr. Tyrone Powers, we're out of time right now, but thank you so much for your critique. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me.
7:48 now. We need to get back over and get a check of the forecast.
Justin Chambers has got a look at the forecast. Another warm one here, though, but still, with all that rain yesterday, not as pretty of a start of our work week.
Yeah, and actually still some slick spots actually out there right now. In fact, some of those areas where we have those temperatures that have dropped near freezing overnight could see some slick areas, so watch out for those bridges and overpasses, especially in northern Baltimore, Harford, and Carroll counties. Right now over Talson, you can see the roads not too bad in terms of the wetness, but still some moisture left over on some of the roofs right there. We're officially at 39 in Talson, so we didn't really drop to near freezing this morning. But again, those colder temperatures, especially in some of our northern counties where we could see some slick conditions this morning. Here's our HD radar. That rain is all done and moving off toward the east, and we are drying out nicely. So over the next hour in Fells, we're talking about numbers into the lower 40s. And as we head to the noon hour today, right in the mid 50s, good day for lunch outside. It'll be a little bit breezy this afternoon with those temperatures that will continue to warm up, and some of us will be close to 60 degrees by the time we head into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour this afternoon. Most of us in the mid to upper 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Westminster over there in Manchester and Hampstead in the mid 50s today. 57 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Typically, we're in the mid 40s for February 13th. Eastern Shore, you're getting in on some of those 50s as well, from Easton up in Centerville over to Chestertown, over toward Rock Hall as well, with 54 your afternoon high. And I know fans in Philly probably not very happy this morning, but upper 50s in Philly this afternoon and close to 60 in D.C. with lower 60s in Richmond today. Here's a look at our outdoors cast. Betty the Butterfly doing her thing, and Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, green lights with those temperatures that will stay mild. Overall, we stay pretty dry, too. We'll have a few clouds around later this afternoon, but that rain is all done. As we head toward Tuesday, definitely drier conditions. Now, Wednesday gets a little cloudier. You may see a few stray showers late Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, but for the most part, we're dry and warmer on Wednesday afternoon. afternoon. That's ahead of our next weather maker, and that's going to bring some rain for Thursday morning into Thursday afternoon. Then that cold front's going to pass through Thursday night, and that's what will bring our temperatures down as we head toward the weekend. One day away on your holiday countdown. Valentine's Day is tomorrow. A week away from President's Day. That's next Monday. And if you're excited about spring, even though our temperatures are feeling spring-like, 5 weeks from today is the spring equinox. That's right. The new season right around the corner. Here's that 7-day forecast. And again, those temperatures feeling more spring-like, especially Wednesday and Thursday, with mid-60s on the way. We'll be a little bit cooler on Friday and then dropping only to the 40s on Saturday. Patrice?
All right. Well, spring is still a few weeks away, but with the warmer temperatures, some flowers seem to be confused after the break how the cherry blossoms in D.C. are feeling the impacts.
Speaking of confusion, if you were up late watching the Super Bowl, you may be confused why the ref actually called that play right at the end of the game.
Yeah, no, I don't know that that's what we're confused about. Others, mainly Chiefs fans, still buzzing from the win, and it would be nice to buy Eagles fans a cup of coffee for today's coffee break. Here you go. You can have mine.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I mean, $7:54. I like this story. Spring is still a little ways away, but already there are some flowers in bloom.
Yeah, and that has people in the DMV ready for the return of the cherry blossoms. Here's a look at last year's season.
Joy Wang with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. is at the National Mall this morning with this year's cherry blossom timeline.
We are not seeing any blossoms just yet, but we're getting pretty close to stage one. So I'm going to have Mike Litterst explain what that means. You're with the National Park Service. Tell us where we're standing and what's significant about this tree.
Well, we're on the tidal basin amidst the cherry trees, and of course there's no movement yet at all on the vast majority of the trees, but the one tree that's known as the indicator tree moves about a week or 10 days ahead of the others, and we are starting to see some green buds on the tree. When 70% of that tree is showing the buds, we'll say it's at stage 1, which is the green bud stage.
So the green bud, stage 1, but it's one of 6 stages, so we've got a little bit of ways to go.
Right. The indicator tree is running about 2 weeks ahead of where it was last year. But again, green bud is just the first of the 6 stages that culminates with peak bloom. Long way to go in winter yet, but it has been warmer so far this winter. Reasonable to expect we may see peak bloom before its historic average date of April 4th.
For the official timeline, though, we're going to have to wait until March 1st to find out.
There's a lot of winter to go yet. We've still got a real broad range of dates that we're looking at, but we'll make the announcement on March 1st, narrowing that window down to 4 days when we expect peak bloom to occur.
And what's really cool about this process is there's a lot of science behind it, too.
It's absolutely scientific. It's based on high temperatures each day, which moves you towards peak bloom. Problem is, we can't get the good data. Give us the high temperature every day for the next 6 weeks, I could tell you exactly when peak bloom is going to happen. But of course, we don't quite have that capability yet in our forecasting.
Well, we do have a nice warm-up this week, and so we're keeping our fingers crossed. By the way, peak bloom tends to be around April 4th. In Southwest D.C., Joy Wang, Fox 45 Morning News.
We're starting off cool this morning under partly cloudy skies. Coming up, our Weather Authority team continues our coverage here. How the warmer temperatures coming could be interrupted later this week.
Sparks may fly over a confirmation hearing happening today over the person that Governor Westmore is choosing to lead the state's juvenile services. Coming up, why some critics are concerned about policies that he supports and what City State's Attorney Ivan Bates has to say about that. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, February 13th. It's the day after the Super Bowl. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Did you see the quote-unquote tug, the play? I'm watching it again.
Oh, right there.
Yeah, that's the one.
I was telling him that the guy admitted to doing
Thanks.
it and said,
Feel better.
You know, I did pull his jersey.
I know, he did say it. That's the whole thing.
The ball was uncatchable. It went over him, so it shouldn't have mattered. But anyway.
Right, so that's the discussion around here
Listen,
this morning.
Jalen Hurts, a great quarterback, young, I mean, and so he took this team. I mean, you guys had a great season.
The fumble for the 6, too. He's probably chewing on that for the rest of the offseason.
But
for them getting
with
back.
Mahomes, and now this is his second, third time, and, you know, is this the... I've seen it called the building of a dynasty. Is that what we're saying?
Absolutely. Andy Reid, We'll see. We hopefully you enjoyed watching the Super Bowl right here on Fox 45. Up with us here on your Monday morning, the day after. And here is a really pretty shot. Look at that sun. We had all that cloud cover and the rain that was around with the cold temperatures. Good news today, the sun's going to be out and we will see warmer numbers for the afternoon. Still a little chilly in western Maryland. Cumberland and Oakland in the upper 20s and lower 30s. Most of us along the Chesapeake in the upper 30s and lower 40s this hour. So those numbers will continue to climb. We'll see warmer numbers for the afternoon and those temperatures staying above average not only today but the next couple of days as well. So out for a run or a jog to run off all of that buffalo chicken dip you had last night and all of those Doritos. Numbers in the low to mid and upper 40s over the next couple of hours for your jogging cast. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
It's 8:01 now, and we start with your Session 2023 coverage. And happening today, the State Senate Executive Nominations Committee will hold a confirmation hearing for Governor Wes Moore's pick to lead the Department of Juvenile Services, Vincent Schiraldi.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with why critics are raising concerns around this choice by Moore. Shannon.
Well, it all comes down to his views, Tom, on trying young adults in juvenile court. And sparks may fly in this confirmation hearing, especially because the issue of juvenile crime is top of mind for people here in Maryland. But we want to get you to some information about this hearing now. You can see it here on your screen. It's happening at 5 this evening in the Miller Senate building in Annapolis. And again, it is a confirmation hearing held by the State Senate Executive Nominations Committee. But going back to that controversy, though, critics are skeptical of some of Schiraldi's past writings, which talk about the possibility of not charging people with crimes until they are 21 years old to prevent them from experiencing the adult criminal justice system. Now, with juvenile crime being a major problem in the city, some people worry that the problem is only going to get worse if young people are not held accountable. In the meantime, we asked City State's Attorney Ivan Bates about juvenile justice and Vincent Schiraldi's take on all of this, and he says he wants to know where everyone stands. Listen.
That's something I feel the state's attorney's office really need to understand and know, because I would like to have that nominee define, what he views as violent, what he views as nonviolent, because I think that would allow me to have a better understanding in terms of the mindset of way he's looking at the law. I recognize some of these writings were in New York, some of them also down in Washington, D.C. I've heard some very positive things, and I've also heard some other things that are a little concerning. But I'm also a big believer in that the governor did his due process, and this is who the governor wants.
Yeah, and going along with that, Schiraldi does have a lengthy resume in the criminal justice world. He previously served as the commissioner of New York City's Department of Corrections, and he was also the director of juvenile corrections in Washington, D.C. But remember, in order for him to take this role, it does have to be approved by the Senate committee. So we'll have to see what happens in their hearing today. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, the confirmation hearing comes on the heels of a violent few hours in some parts of Baltimore City. 4 people were shot this past weekend. 2 of the incidents involving juveniles. Police say a group of juveniles robbed a man, then shot him in southeast Baltimore. Then police say that a 14-year-old girl was shot in her leg. They say she was just playing with a gun with 2 other juveniles when she was shot. The other children ran away.
Meanwhile, the House will hold a hearing on Wednesday on a bill City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is backing to toughen penalties for some gun crimes. And now Republicans also introducing more bills to tackle crime. The No Bail for Violent Offenders Act, the Juvenile Gun Offense Accountability Act, and the Gun Theft Act. Republicans say the bills are an effort to get tough on crime.
Tough on crime policies that have been passed in Annapolis over the last few years have resulted in hundreds and hundreds of deaths of innocent people.
Political analyst John Deedy says he believes most of the Republican efforts will stumble along party lines. He says he thinks the only bill that will move forward is the one from the city state's attorney.
I think the problem with the bill is it's a good bill. Problem is it's been introduced by a Republican. And in Annapolis, the Democrats control things. They may cherry pick a little bit out of the bill, put it in the Senate Bill 889. But for the most part, I don't see it really getting anywhere as far as getting a hearing, etc.
Now, you can find more on the Republicans' proposed crime bills right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. 8:05, continuing coverage this morning. People in Baltimore County and beyond rallying around the police detective who is now in shock trauma after more than a 36-hour manhunt spanning 2 counties just late last week. In fact, this GoFundMe page, you see it right here, is for the injured detective. It's raised more than $100,000 in just one day, and right now it's totaled $110,000. Baltimore County Police saying yesterday Detective Jonathan Chi is recovering. He's alert and in good spirits. You can find a link to this GoFundMe page right on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, police say this man, 24-year-old David Linthicum, is the one who shot 2 police officers in 2 days last week. Today, he is expected in court for a bond review. Now, this all started when police say officers responded to Linthicum's home on Wednesday after a call for someone in crisis. Charging documents revealed that Linthicum's father let officers into the family home in Cockeysville, concerned that his son was suicidal. The charging documents say that the officers found Linthicum. He was holding a high-powered rifle. He then fired 15 rounds, hurting one officer and eventually getting away. Now, that officer has since been released from the hospital. More than 24 hours later, documents revealed that Linthicum was spotted a few blocks from his family home. The officer approached Linthicum, and Linthicum shot that officer and stole his police car.
It started out as a routine call, and now we're looking at 2 officers shot 2 days in a row. I can't think, I worked here for 35 years, I can't think of a time where something like that has happened before.
Now, officers arrested Linthicum 8 hours later in Harford County. He's now facing several charges, including attempted murder. He is being held without bail.
It's still not clear how the suspect was able to get away from police Wednesday. Fox 45 News will continue following this story in the days ahead, and you can stay up to date on air and right at foxbaltimore.com.
Crime continues to rise in Baltimore County as a man is shot near the Talson Circle. Just ahead, the worries now about county crime looking more like city crime.
Tensions rising in South China Sea. Just ahead, why the Philippines Coast Guard is accusing China of blocking their ships.
Already seeing more sun than we saw yesterday, and that is a good sign. Temperatures going up as well. We'll talk about just how high they go coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:10 this morning. Tensions are rising in the east with new intelligence that China is ramping up its nuclear arsenal.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with what else is happening in that region. Taylor.
Yeah, guys, this is a photo from the Philippine Coast Guard reported by the AP. They say Chinese ship maneuvered dangerously close to one of their vessels before striking it with a military-grade laser. That's what you're seeing right here. It temporarily blinded crew members on board and blocked the transport of food. Now, this comes days after a U.S.-led joint military exercise in those same waters and as a closer military alliance develops between the U.S. and the Philippines. Those tensions have only persisted. Now, we're also following a report of new threats, the nuclear threat rather, from Japan's Kyodo News. They're reporting that China is considering tripling its stockpile of nuclear warheads to 900 by 2035. And over the weekend, the U.S. shot down a fourth military object thought to be a Chinese spy balloon. It was spotted over Michigan. We'll keep you updated here. That's the latest from the Live Center.
After months of delays, City Council President Nick Mosby is expected in court. Just ahead, what we could hear about his City Ethics Board violation.
Oh, and be sure to avoid getting more taxes taken out of your paychecks when you're doing your taxes. Just ahead, the deadline you need to know when it comes to your tax returns. 8:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We have some breaking news this morning. A Kansas City police officer is hurt after being shot at the department's headquarters. The Kansas City Police Department says it happened last night just before 9:30. That's about 15 minutes after the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. It was just blocks away from a large Super Bowl viewing party. The officer was taken to the hospital and is currently in stable condition. The source and motive of the gunfire are unknown.
Also happening today, City Council President Nick Mosby will appear in court for his hearing surrounding an ethics violation. This comes after it was postponed for a second time last month. 8 months ago, the City Ethics Board found City Council President Nick Mosby violating city ethics rules surrounding his failure to report donations to a legal defense trust, which bears his name. Mosby appealed that decision, filed a late memorandum, naming his new attorney and then laying out his defense. Well, attorneys for the Ethics Board asked the judge not to accept the filing because it was filed 3 months late. Arguments will be heard at 2 this afternoon.
Meanwhile, former Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's federal trial probably won't happen until the fall. During a pretrial hearing Friday, a judge revealed that the trial could happen in September or October. A request for a third postponement came earlier this month after Mosby's new public defender, Eric Whita, said that he needed more time to prepare. Whita says he hasn't received the case file from Mosby's former defense attorney, A. Scott Bolden. In your consumer news, more and more people are starting to file their taxes, and we have a reminder about a deadline this week.
It's for employees who claimed an exemption from income tax withholding last year on their W-4 forms they submitted to their employer. They must file a new form, W-4, by this Wednesday, February 15th, to have the exemption for another year. Now, this is essential. The form is not updated Wednesday. Their tax status will revert to single with zero exemptions. That's the highest withholding status.
The Biden administration is proposing new regulations for refrigerators and clothes washers. The administration says the new rules would save 233 million metric tons in emissions over 30 years. Some experts say the regulations aren't necessary and the cost to buy them will never make up the potential energy savings. The administration has made new requirements for 110 appliances. Starbucks reward program is changing, and it starts today.
The coffee house chain is raising the price of a popular rewards program. Now, under this new system, most of the rewards will cost twice as many points, which are also known as stars. For instance, a free hot coffee, pastry, or hot tea will no longer be yours for 50 stars. Now you'll need 100 stars. There's a lot more gold stars on your picture right there. But the good news, more items will be introduced to that higher star menu.
Oh, great.
Love isn't always cheap. Americans plan on spending nearly $26 billion this Valentine's Day, and that's according to a survey from the National Retail Federation. On average, most people say they will spend about $192. As for presents, the top Valentine's Day gifts are expected to be candy, followed by greeting cards, and then flowers.
We want to see how you're celebrating Valentine's Day with your special someone. Send us your favorite Valentine's Day pictures through the Chime In tab at foxbaltimore.com or on the WBFF app. All right, so what do you get? What do you get for your wives?
Look, we went to dinner on Friday night at Prima Dopo, which is in Fells. It's a brand new restaurant. Amazing. And that counts, I think, as close to Valentine's and just works tomorrow. Right. So I think that counts.
We started celebrating this weekend, too.
Yeah, we celebrate all year round. But, but that's a big question, though. You said restaurant. In that, $192, do you think that adds, like, restaurants were not dinner?
Because a nice Valentine's dinner, right?
That would jack up the price.
And flowers. Flowers are pricey.
Oh my
flowers are pricey.
Cut flowers, they die in like 6 days. Yes.
Good news, though, Jess doesn't like sweets. So I'm like, off the hook there. I just got to get her a bag of chips.
That's
it.
hers.
Bag of chips.
Bag of chips.
There you go,
she
love.
likes salt. So she doesn't like the sweet stuff. But she likes me, and I'm sweet. Here's nothing from the crowd on that? Wow.
And salty. Okay. You're sweet and salty.
That's right. I got you both covered here. Good morning, everybody. Woo! Super Bowl hangover. All right. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. We definitely have that sun that is up right now, and it's looking good. A lot better than what we saw yesterday. All those clouds hanging around, the cold temperatures, the rain. It's all done. 39 your temperature right now at BWI. No wind to speak of at this time. And we're going to see temperatures that will be warmer for the afternoon along with that sunshine. Now, that rain is moving off. We had some areas where we saw a few slick spots this morning with those temperatures that dropped overnight and some of that rain left over from yesterday. But over the next 12 hours, Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing about mid to upper 50s as we take you into the afternoon. And that's going to be about 10 to 15 degrees above average for this time of year. Pilots, your VFR today. Visual flight rules, a bit breezy, however. That west-northwest wind will be out there testing your crosswind landing and takeoff skills. 55 your temp in Westminster today, 57 Columbia, 58 in Annapolis, and close to 60 in Baltimore. Even the Eastern Shore, mid-50s. Overall, not too bad. Up and down the 95 corridor, we're close to 60 in the district this afternoon. Lower 50s down the ocean and lower 50s as well in Western Maryland. Here's a look at our temperature tracker. So numbers going up, even though a little bit of a dip tomorrow. But notice how far above average we are. We're talking mid-60s into Wednesday and Thursday. Some areas close to 70 degrees. Now, those numbers do come back down. Friday and Saturday, you can see that colder air coming in just in time for the weekend. But we're not really tracking much in the way of rain. We'll see a few clouds out there through the later part of this afternoon. As we head toward tomorrow, a lot more sunshine on the way and things looking good as we head later into the week with a few showers coming in on Thursday. That's really going to be our next weather maker. You can see that on our 7-day forecast. So Valentine's Day, temperatures not too bad. Again, mid-60s Wednesday and Thursday with some showers Thursday into Friday and then colder for the weekend. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here. Pulaski Highway shut down. You see it slowly moving here. That's a collision that happened, and it is right at 40's west, Burke Avenue. That's what's closed. But really, 95, if you head out from White Marsh traveling northbound, there's 2 incidents, so they're blocking both north and southbound 95. So that's not a great alternative if you have to go 40 and you're heading north of Baltimore City, because that's just another slowdown right in that traffic area. Yet again, another accident, 95 north, this one north and southbound. A live look now from the Lens Solar mobile track, and our photographer Graham is actually driving on the outer loop. He's traveling along right near Parkville, so that's not bad at all, away from the sun.
Valentine's Day is the perfect opportunity to focus on practicing self-love. Just ahead, learn some poses that will help open your heart and show love.
Valentine's Day is also a reminder to show our love and appreciation for our better halves. From Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark, right on Main Street with those still looking for dinner options. Last minute, right? You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .25, and it's so Baltimore, but you can explore the state of Maryland with your Valentine tomorrow.
Main Street in Westminster has just about everything you might need to celebrate. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is checking out what is happening. Mark.
This morning we're with Kristen, and yes, it's Valentine's Day Eve. So Kristen, I know, what is the star for Valentine's Day? Is it the steak? Is it the oysters? What is it?
It's actually our surf and turf, which is a lobster tail, and our medallions.
Ooh, a lobster tail and medallions.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't go wrong with that. Yeah. And of course, I know that, everybody wants a great meal, but we also want a great drink.
Yes.
That's where I come in. No joking. What have you looked up for us today? What's the popular drink?
So this is our Lori's Lemon Drop.
Oh.
It has Tito's vodka, and then it has some muddled berries, and we splash it up with some lemon juice and top it off with some Sprite.
All right, well, let's see what you got there, because of course you have to... Oh, wait a minute, Kenny. Okay, well, I can't just let it sit there. I'm going to have to... Oh, you want... Okay.
Yeah.
If you insist, guys. Happy Valentine's Day from Raphael's. Let's go. Amazing. Don't be jealous, guys.
No, we're not at all.
It's somehow he always manages to find the drinks. Well, for more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Looked really good, especially on this warmer afternoon ahead. Weather Authority team will let us know about the few showers that are actually heading our way.
More violence in Talson, not far from the mall. Coming up, what police are saying about a man shot yesterday evening and how leaders are reacting to more ongoing crime. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Morning to you. February 13th here. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, still feeling it from last night. Watched the entire Super Bowl. Great performance. I mean, two great teams right there. Great halftime show. Little reveal at halftime also.
I'm beating myself up for trying to stay up and watch it right now, But the weather was, not the kind of day you want to stay in, for sure.
That's right. It was rainy and cold yesterday. Today, though, Justin Chambers, our meteorologist, a little bit warmer and nicer, right?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. That's what we're talking about as we head into the later part of the afternoon. We are going to see those temperatures that will warm up. You know, Friday the 13th, some people say unlucky. I say Monday the 13th. That's what we're looking at right now. It's like, but a lot more sun that is out there from our Talson camera. And over the next couple of hours, temperatures will keep rising, low to mid 50s as we head into the noon hour today, even upper 50s on the way for a lot of us. So close to 60 for our high this afternoon. Back to 57 tomorrow, but still a lot more sunshine. And then check out those mid 60s on the way for Wednesday. So we'll keep that above average trend going as we head into mid-February. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network here. And 95 has been the issue. In fact, look at the map right here. You can see the camera on the right. The one on the left isn't working right there, but slowdowns northbound and southbound. 2-vehicle crash right here is the one southbound, and we are talking just south of Aberdeen. Basically, Mountain Road area, north and southbound. You're going to have some delays, and not just because of the construction. We have some fender benders both directions. 8:31 and this morning, Baltimore County Police continue investigating following a shooting in Talson last night. It happened right near the intersection of West Towson Town Boulevard and Washington Avenue near the Towson Circle and the Towson Town Center just after 7.
Sorry, Shannon Lilly joins us live with the latest on this case. And Shannon, what is the latest in this string of violence we've seen in that area?
Well, unfortunately, Taylor, that's the reality, that we are seeing a lot of violence in this area and an uptick in recent months. In fact, yesterday's shooting happened just down the street from where I'm standing right now and not far from the busy Towson Town Center here, which is also close to the Towson Town Circle, two very popular areas. Police, though, not confirming much information about the shooting. They are just saying that a man was shot and taken to a local hospital. But we do want to get you to some video of the scene here where you can see several streets were taped off last night. Again, at this time, police not saying what kind of condition the victim is in, but as we mentioned, this is just the latest violent incident in the county. We spoke with Baltimore County Delegate Kathy Shalaga about that, and she tells us that she is worried that the county's crime could soon resemble the city's.
We have an escalation in murders in Baltimore County, felons using firearms, and that's where the crimes are happening. Citizens have had enough.
And look at this. Last night's shooting happened just around the corner from where Quancy Davis is accused of holding 3 victims at gunpoint and sexually assaulting them. It also happened, as we mentioned, just down the street from Towson Town Center, where you'll remember a large disturbance here happened last month. So those are just 2 examples of the ongoing violence that we are seeing here in the county. Certainly not a comforting thing for people in this area. But of course, as soon as we get more information about yesterday's shooting, we will bring it to you right here on Fox 45 News. Reporting live in Talson, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, Talson has seen a number of violent incidents just recently. 2 weeks ago, police say someone fired shots right near the Towson Town Circle. Thankfully, no one was hurt. Earlier this month, though, police say a suspect committed an armed carjacking right at Loch Raven Boulevard and Joppa Road. At the end of December, 7 juveniles and an adult were arrested after a large and chaotic crowd formed around the Talson Circle.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom and the shocking findings revealed in a Project Baltimore investigation. It found 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students that are proficient in math. And that's 2,000 students, all falling short on that state standards exam. It's prompting outrage from parents.
I can't afford no $1,000 tutor from Sylvan, but that's what he needs.
And our kids are not caught up, but we're passing them. We're passing them, but they can't read.
Terrible. Horrible.
Yeah, city and state leaders often turning a blind eye to Fox 45 News when they question them. But prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump knows the failures of city schools well and says these findings are par for the course. In fact, last year, he joined a lawsuit against city schools which accuses the public school system of wasting taxpayer dollars and failing to provide an adequate education to generations of students. In an exclusive interview with Fox 45 News, Maxine Stryker, she asked him about these latest findings.
You're very familiar, obviously, with the performance of Baltimore City Schools and our reporting and the lawsuit. Do you think this is a crisis moment, hearing this latest news?
I think that anytime a young person
is denied quality education, it represents a crisis. And so what we have to do is look at the situation for what it is. We have to say we are failing our children, and we have to take the responsibility to do better.
Crisis in the classroom, along with Crump, says the answer may be in new leaders.
The solution is to get somebody in charge who cares. Because this, let me put it this way. If it was their child and their child was in this system and there was a responsibility for educating that child, I guarantee you, you would see different results. Obviously, you have people who just aren't that interested in doing anything about it.
Well, a statement from Baltimore City Public Schools claims a plan is in place to help boost those test scores. It includes professional development, summer learning, and extended learning times at the end of the school day.
Now, this report is just the latest problem that Project Baltimore has reported on. In 2021, they also discovered ghost students and grade changing at Augusta Feld Savage High School. It's one of the 23 schools with 0 students scoring proficient on math, according to those state text exams. Now, last summer, Project Baltimore heard from 5 families who say their children with disabilities were forced to miss significant amounts of class. But their report card showed fake grades and attendance. Despite those issues, Dr. Sonia Santali's salary is rising. She earns a base salary of more than $300,000 a year. And Project Baltimore found with the perks in her contract, it's up to $445,000.
Now, if you have concerns about education and you want your local representatives in Annapolis to address, scan the QR code right there you see on your screen. It will take you directly to our website, which lists their official email and phone numbers.
A contentious pick for the state juvenile services head, the confirmation hearing happening today, and the questions lawmakers have for him.
Warmer temperatures return as the work week begins. Just ahead, when we can expect our next weather maker, though, 8:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock on your Monday morning. Looking out from our Talson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group cam, showing lots of sunshine. Nice to see those blue skies out there, considering we had all that cloud cover, the cold temps, and the rain from yesterday. You'll need a light jacket as you step out, and definitely those sunglasses. No need for the umbrella today, but we do have some rain in our forecast, and we'll talk about that in my full forecast in just a few. But out for a run or a jog, next couple of hours, numbers staying mainly in the 40s. Enjoy your run. Back to you.
All right, we're looking ahead to a busy week for the U.S. economy. A live look now over New York City, where we're expecting to see signs that inflation is cooling down this week. Consumer prices rose 6.5% in December, but analysts are saying that number should tick down a notch when we get tomorrow's consumer price index. The same is expected Thursday with producer prices. Now, at this point, we are seeing signs of good news. Nationwide, the average cost of rent only went up 2% in January. That's the smallest increase in almost 2 years, according to Redfin. The median asking price for rent right now in the U.S., $1,942. That's $100 less than when it peaked in August. And Seattle, just one of 11 major cities where Redfin says rent is declining year over year. Phoenix, Oklahoma City at the top of that list, with rent prices falling more than 6%. But that's not the case everywhere. In Providence, Rhode Island, rents up 7% year over year. And major hubs like Raleigh, North Carolina at the top of the list, with rent rising 22% in the last 12 months. Well, here in Baltimore, rent prices did drop about 4.6%. We'll keep you updated. That's here at the Live Center.
The historic CIAA coming back to Baltimore with many exciting events. Just ahead, what you can expect at that 3-day event. The historic CIAA is coming back to Baltimore with many community partners hosting events during that exciting week of events. Center Court and Black Girls Vote, they're inviting you out for 3 days of education, fun, and a whole lot more. CEO of Black Girls Vote, Nikidra Robinson, is joining us right here, and managing partner of the Finn Group, Lorraine Finney, is also here to share some more. So, Lorraine, tell us a little bit more about what Center Court is doing. And you just told me in the commercial, this is the first year, so fingers crossed, a little nervous?
No, not nervous at all, because we have great partners like Black Girls Vote. Center Court is basically a safe and walkable location at the Inner Harbor at the Barnes & Noble building. What we've done is integrate over 150 businesses and then take categories, hair and beauty, fashion and culture, and then, of course, Black Girls Vote on Saturday to really talk about policy and empowering our young folks.
We're talking about education, and explain a little bit more about empowering, though. I mean, thousands of people are coming to Baltimore to check out the city. Years past, it's always been a great event and a lot more people. How do you then turn that and say, okay, come into our situation here, come into this facility, and we're going to empower you? What do you mean by that?
So we were very intentional about getting businesses who were typically on the sidelines. So again, we have over 150 businesses who will be there, different verticals, different business opportunities. And when folks from either Baltimore, outside of Baltimore, or from the surrounding region, when they come to Center Court, they'll get food, they'll get empowerment, they'll get resources, they'll get entertainment, they'll have a good time. And again, we want to make it substantive, so when we partnered with Black Girls Vote, they had the programming that fit right into the niche that we were going to fill.
And let's talk to you about this then. Black Girls Vote, very active in the Baltimore region right here for years. So what's your role in this? How exactly are you going to help educate and empower?
No, we're so grateful that LeVon Finney invited us into Center Court. And so for that Saturday, we will be doing programming targeting young Black girls. So from high school students, college students, young adults, we have 3 powerful panels, a leadership panel, an entrepreneurship panel, and then we'll be talking about student debt crisis, because we know that Black women carry a lot of student loan debt, but we're going to be there talking about how do we address that. We'll be also giving away over $2,500 in scholarships for them.
Great,
so we are empowering these young girls. We have women coming from Howard University, North Carolina A&T, Bowie University, Lincoln, University of Maryland College Park, Morgan State University. We have over 200 people who have already RSVP'd for our event. So we're excited because we're going to empower these young Black girls. And more importantly, when I announce the panel today, you all will just be blown away. So we're excited to empower them and say, come out. There are a lot of great things happening in our city. So we're just grateful to play our part.
When are you going to announce that panel?
Today.
Sometime
today? Yes,
okay.
Sometime today.
All right, excited about that.
I'm so excited because so many people are just like, yes, we'll be there, we'll do it. And we're going to have gift bags for the girls just because it is a time to empower our community. And so we're grateful that CIAA is here in the city of Baltimore and we can take advantage of this amazing opportunity.
Okay, last question for you then. The CIAA tournament, though, starts the 21st, but your tournament actually kind of starts before that. Tell us about the dates.
Well, our days are the 3 days, so that's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So that's when we'll be activating. And Black Girls Vote will be there all Saturday. During the day, we have programming, as LeVon Finney said, hair and beauty expo during that Thursday. That Friday will be a fashion show, and then Saturday will be Black Girls Vote takeover during the day. And of course, there will be parties at night. Of course, we have to party.
Why not? I mean, it's a great tournament in Baltimore. Why not party?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Nike and LeVon, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and good luck for this this year. Really excited. Thank you so much for sharing it here at Fox 45. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom.
Waiting to hear the panel guests.
All right.
Waiting to hear about the panel guests. All right. We want to go over to our meteorologist, Justin Tabors, talking about the weather here. Now, this is coming up the 18th, just in a few days, and it looks like pretty good. Well, behind you looks really good.
Yeah, it looks really nice, Tom. And looking at some of the long-range models, we're looking pretty good for most of the rest of the month of February, staying in that above-average category. Maybe late February, we start to pick up a couple of snow showers here and there, but overall, everything is looking great. I know yesterday, kind of the cold, damp, wet day that we saw, but more sun is out there right now, looking good from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam at this time. And you can see on our HD radar, those showers are well off to the east. And we did have some areas that we're seeing some possible slick spots this morning with our temperatures that got down to the 30s and the wet roads, but things are drying out nicely. So golfers getting out there on the golf course next hour in the lower 40s, back to the mid 50s through noontime, and close to 60 in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. And I know the Ravens weren't in the Super Bowl, but the good news is today, everybody is undefeated. All of the NFL teams are undefeated. And now we turn our attention to pitchers and catchers reporting on Wednesday in Sarasota for the Orioles. So 55 your high today in Westminster and Eldersburg, 56 Reisterstown, 58 Talson over through Lutherville and Timonium as well. Numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in the mid to upper 50s for Ellicott City and Columbia down through Odenton, close to 60 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena and Annapolis as well this afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor, you're looking pretty good. Almost 60 in D.C. Today, into the lower 50s down the ocean there for Ocean City. Overall, in your outdoors cast, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, green lights here. here as those temperatures are staying mild, and we do stay mainly dry. You'll see a few clouds kind of hanging around later this afternoon, but all in all looking pretty good. And no real rain that we're tracking for Tuesday. Wednesday gets a little bit cloudier, maybe a stray shower or two late Wednesday into Thursday, but you can definitely see the warmer air. That's the red lines right there. That's as we pick up ahead of that next cold front. That's going to bring us some showers by the time we get into Thursday. So that's our next weather maker and our next chance for getting some of that rain. Shout out to Tracy Jackson, and Jelly Bean is ready for Valentine's Day. Thank you very much, Tracy. I love these pet pics, and those Valentine's pet pics are looking good too. So let me know if you want to get me your pet pics on TV. It's JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Hit me on Twitter, on Facebook, Instagram, chime in, a lot of different ways to get it. All right, here's our 7-day forecast. Not bad for Valentine's Day tomorrow. Mid-60s into Wednesday and Thursday, and then our temperatures drop back to the mid-50s. A little colder as we head toward the weekend. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is really cool. Rosemary sent this picture in, and Mary and Barb always decorate their window for Valentine's Day, and that's a great shot. Literally, the view through the window, or your window. So we would love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen. How are we looking on the roads?
We're looking in here at the Len Solar Traffic Network, and not looking bad. If you look at the area cameras, we have a slowdown, though, here on 95. We'll monitor that and keep you updated. Here's a live look now from the Len Solar mobile track. Our traffic photographer, Graham, is in the Rosedale area on Pulaski Highway. He had an issue there earlier this morning, but it looks like it's gotten cleared up by now.
Yeah, the Kansas City Chiefs beating the Philadelphia Eagles became Super Bowl 57 champions. What a great game. The game ended with a final score 38-35. The score tied 35 points apiece, about 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. But the Chiefs pulled ahead, 27-yard field goal. They had missed one early in the game with just 8 seconds left after a controversial call, and they clinched a victory. Here it is. That's the one right there. That did it. They win their third Super Bowl title.
Shout out my teammates, man. We challenged each other. It took everybody to win this football game.
Related, pop and R&B legend Rihanna took the stage. Look at the floating stage. Wow. Unbelievable. That was just incredible with the cables right there. And she had a little bit extra, well, somebody with her here. She was performing a set list of their major hits. Superstar opened her performance by rubbing her belly. That's right, the little baby in there. Rep later confirming Rihanna is indeed pregnant with her second child.
Special guest here to share his appreciation.
Yeah, that was amazing. Damar Hamlin right there, surrounded by the people that saved his life, not just once, but twice. That's right, he's the Buffalo Bills player, and there's the medical staff. They're hugging him, and he's hugging him following remarkable recovery after suffering cardiac arrest last month while playing against Cincinnati Bengals. A victory parade for the Chiefs scheduled for Wednesday, and of course, that will be in Kansas City.
All right, well, some say pairing wine with chocolate can't be done. Just
Who
ahead.
says that?
I don't know who's saying that. We've got to figure that out just ahead. There's a few tips on the right chocolate to use with the wine, but I think it's all good.
Coming up, we'll get away from the city and show you a beautiful facility to celebrate your Valentine's Day. Coming up next, I'm Mark Clark, FOX45 Morning News.
You know what?
Oh, wait, let me see what you were going to say. What
you know what always goes with chocolate?
Chocolate!
A coffee break. There we go. We were both All right, we're back with a recall alert for you. The makers of a popular baby stroller are being accused of making inaccurate statements about the safety of its products. The Consumer Product Safety Commission doubling down on its warning, saying the sit and stand double and ultra strollers by Baby Trend are dangerous. In a statement Friday, Baby Trend said its strollers were, quote, completely safe when used as intended, but the CPSC is pushing back, saying the strollers can cause life-threatening injuries. The notice came after a 14-month-old died after his neck became trapped between the stroller's canopy and armrest. More than 1 million strollers have been sold at stores like Walmart, Target, Kohl's, and Bye Bye Baby. Topping your morning business report, Adidas says dropping Kanye West could cost the company $1.3 billion. Almost half of that is from its inability to sell merchandise associated with him. Adidas says it's trying to figure out if it can repurpose the merchandise. It's also budgeting more than $200 million for strategic review. Adidas ended its 9-year partnership with the rapper in October due to his anti-Semitic remarks. It's some bad news for Twitter. Many of the site's top advertisers have stopped spending on the platform. That's according to data provided by digital marketing analysis firm Pathmatics. The data shows that more than half of Twitter's users, top 1,000 advertisers in September, decided to no longer spend on the platform in the first week of January. As a result, revenue from Twitter's top advertisers has plummeted by more than 60% from October, when Elon Musk first acquired Twitter. Oh, mornings can be crazy enough when it comes to getting your family out of the door, but the real chaos when your phone or keys go missing, I get it. Genevieve Gorder has you covered, though. She'll explain what's in today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys, what are 2 things you lose the most? It's your keys and it's your phone. And it's so frustrating. I know this because I spend hours every day looking for these items. So listen up. You don't want to miss this buy one, get one exclusive deal on the Key Smart Pro. Now, the Key Smart Pro organizes up to 14 keys in one little device. Literally every guy on the set has one in his pocket right now. And as we were setting up this display, people were actually trying to take them. So my advice is buy this now for everyone you love, because they're not going to last. It takes all those keys in the drawer, the bottom of your purse, and puts them right into one little thing, and it connects to a free app. So if you lose your keys, you press the button on the app. You lose your phone, you press the button on the keychain. Even if your phone is on silent, you can find it. It's a win-win. They find each other, guys. You know how many hours this saves us? For me, like probably 6 hours a day. I bet you have someone in your life that needs one of these. My family literally impersonates me by putting on a pair of sunglasses and saying, "Where's my phone? Where's my keys?" And now with this buy one, get one free deal, it's a perfect time to get one for you, someone you love, in all of these great colors. Remember, this is a buy one, get one free. Do not wait. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We're taking you live to Kansas City this morning as the NFL season comes to an end with the Kansas City Chiefs winning Super Bowl 57. We'll share how they're celebrating from Chiefs players coming up.
Well, good morning to all of you on this Monday, February 13th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Taylor Stewart.
We have some school closures to tell you about in Harlem Park, and it's because of water damage from a busted pipe. We've got Augusta Fell Savage Institute of Visual Arts, Harlem Park Elementary Middle School, Bluford Drew Jemison STEM Academy West, and Career Academy are all closed for students. All right, let's get a check now of our forecast and see. They're going to have a nice day to stay home. Temperatures up near 60s.
Yeah, nice afternoon today, too. More sunshine than that rain and the cold air that we had around yesterday as well. Our Weather Authority forecast here, not looking too bad. In fact, when you look at this shot, really looks a lot better than what we had to deal with yesterday from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. And yeah, those numbers are going up. We only hit 43 yesterday afternoon. We're already past that now. 44 in Baltimore City, Rosedale, 43 Essex and Middle River. Some lower 40s for you in Brooklyn Park down through Glen Burnie. So over the next couple of hours, temps will keep climbing. We'll be in the low to mid 50s by the time we get to midday today, and on our way to highs close to 60 in certain spots this afternoon. Overall, not a bad day with temps well above average. If you like these temps, I think you're really going to like the numbers later this week. We'll take a closer look at that in just a few.
9:02 now. We start off with your session 2023 coverage. Happening today, the State Senate Executive Nominations Committee will hold a confirmation hearing for Governor Wes Moore's pick to lead the Department of Juvenile Services. We're talking about Vincent Schiraldi.
That's right. Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with why critics are raising some concerns around this pick. Shannon.
Well, it all comes down, Taylor, to his views on juveniles and how they should be tried in the juvenile court system. In fact, sparks may fly in today's hearing, as we know that the issue of juvenile crime is top of mind and a main concern for Marylanders. But let's take a look at the information for this meeting this evening. It's happening at 5 in the Miller Senate building in Annapolis. And again, it is a confirmation hearing held by the State Senate Executive Nominations Committee. But going back to that controversy, though, critics are skeptical of some of Schiraldi's past writings, which talk about the possibility of not charging people with crimes until they are 21 years old to prevent them from experiencing the adult criminal justice system. Now, of course, with juvenile crime being a major problem in the city, some people worry that the problem is only going to get worse if you're not holding these young people accountable. So we asked City State's Attorney Ivan Bates about juvenile justice and Vincent Schiraldi's take on all of this. Here's what he says he wants to know.
That's something I feel the state's attorney's office really need to understand and know, because I would like to have that nominee define, what he views as violent, what he views as nonviolent, because I think that would allow me to have a better understanding in terms of the mindset of way he's looking at the law. I recognize some of these writings were in New York, some of them also down in Washington, D.C. I heard some very positive things, and I've also heard some other things that are a little concerning. But I'm also a big believer in that the governor did his due process, and this is who the governor wants.
And going along with that, Schiraldi does have a lengthy resume in the criminal justice world. He previously served as the commissioner of New York City's Department of Corrections and the director of juvenile corrections in Washington, D.C. But remember, in order for Schiraldi to take office, this does have to be approved by the Senate committee. So we'll have to see how this hearing goes today. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Meanwhile, the House will hold a hearing on Wednesday on a bill that City State's Attorney Ivan Bates is backing to toughen penalties for some gun crimes. And now Republicans are introducing more bills to tackle crime. The No Bail for Violent Offenders Act, the Juvenile Gun Offense Accountability Act, and the Gun Theft Act. Republicans say the bills are an effort to get tough on crime.
Tough on crime policies that have been passed in Annapolis over the last few years have resulted in hundreds and hundreds of deaths of innocent people.
Maryland State Police are investigating a shooting in Taneytown. It happened Friday around 3 p.m. along East Baltimore Street. Officers found 2 victims with gunshot wounds, one of which they believe owned the property. Both victims were taken to the hospital. The investigation is ongoing. New this morning, Maryland officials and advocates are highlighting a state program that enables residents to begin signing up for health insurance by checking a box on their state tax return. On state income tax reforms, filers are asked if they have health insurance. If not, they can agree to have the Maryland Health Benefit Exchange inform them about their likely eligibility for low-cost or free health insurance. In Maryland, more than 100,000 state residents have checked the box on their tax returns to learn more, and more than 10,000 have signed up for health insurance. Maryland was the first state to establish a tax-based easy enrollment program in the U.S. That was back in 2019. Plus, Maryland officials are trying to persuade the federal government to put a new FBI headquarters in Maryland, while Virginia lawmakers are making their final push to build there. Governor Glenn Youngkin made a detailed case in hopes of swaying the federal government to prefer a site in Springfield, Virginia, instead of locations in Landover and Greenbelt in Maryland. Now, the current headquarters in Washington, D.C. is deteriorating. The Maryland-Virginia consultations with the U.S. General Services Administration are expected to begin the week of March 27th, or February 27th, or March 6th.
Lawmakers across the aisle are demanding answers from the Biden administration, asking for more transparency about the unidentified aircraft that were shot down over the weekend in the U.S. and Canada this past week.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us live this morning from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, there appear to be some disagreements in Washington about what comes next. What's going on?
Yeah, that's right. Good morning, Taylor and Patrice. So both Democrats and Republicans are now demanding answers from the Biden administration, asking for maximum transparency on the issue after 4 unidentified aircraft were shot down over the U.S. and Canada in just the past week. We only know what one of these aircraft was. That's the Chinese spy balloon that was shot down off the coast of South Carolina. The other 3 remain a bit of a mystery. The Biden administration hasn't even confirmed what country they were from. U.S. officials have said that the 2 recent objects that were shot down over Canada and Lake Huron were much smaller in size. They also had a different appearance, and they flew at much lower altitudes than the Chinese spy balloon that lawmakers are calling on. The Chinese spy balloon that was shot down over South Carolina. Now, lawmakers are calling on the lack of information on the situation unacceptable. Representative Elisa Slotkin, she's a Democrat from Michigan, has committed to asking for Congress to receive a full briefing on the situation.
Now, Kayla, China's now chiming in this morning. They're accusing the United States of actually flying over their own airspace. What can you tell us about that?
Well, yeah, a foreign ministry spokesperson for China says the United States flew high-altitude balloons through their airspace more than 10 separate times since 2022 without China's permission. Now, this is the first time China said anything at all about the U.S. flying balloons. The White House responded to China's accusations, saying they were not true, and they denied flying any balloons over China. These accusations by Beijing, however, do appear to mark a shift in strategy by the Chinese. First, they denied the spy balloon shot down over South Carolina was a spy balloon, and now they're trying to flip this narrative. The accusations signal a more aggressive anti-American approach to the issue. China's top diplomat will give a speech tomorrow at the Munich Security Conference during a trip to Europe. Taylor, Patrice.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you. President Biden will travel to Poland next week amid the ongoing war in Ukraine. The White House says the visit is scheduled for February 20th through the 22nd, ahead of the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion. While there, Biden will meet with the president of Poland and leaders of the Bucharest Nine, a group of Eastern Flank NATO allies. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says he will also deliver a speech,
addressing how the United States has rallied the world to support the people of Ukraine as they defend their freedom and democracy, and how we will continue to stand with the people of Ukraine for as long as it takes.
Poland is a key NATO ally. Biden last visited in March of last year, just weeks after the war began on February 24th. He traveled near the Ukraine border to meet with U.S. and Polish troops, as well as refugees fleeing Ukraine after the invasion. First Lady Jill Biden also briefly crossed the border on a trip in May, where she met with the Ukrainian First Lady. Today's number of the day touches on ways the United States is helping Ukraine. A Scott Rasmussen national survey found 43% of voters say Congress should continue to provide funding and weapons to Ukraine. The survey found that 38% say Congress should not, while 20% are not sure.
Baltimore County Police investigating a shooting in Talson. Why some county officials are concerned that crime from the city is spilling into the county.
Plus, in our next half hour from the Live Center, the new trend in housing costs, the relief for certain parts of the country. 9/11, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:13. Going back to some breaking news, we're hearing reports of a broken water pipe that is forcing 4 schools in Baltimore to close. So take a look at your screen. These are the schools: Augusta Fell Savage Institute of Visual Arts, Harlem Park Elementary Middle School, Bluford Drew Jemison STEM Academy West, and Career Academy will be closed both today and tomorrow so that repairs can be made. A decision about Wednesday will be made tomorrow morning.
Whether you are in a relationship or maybe you're just trying to get over an ex, we have the perfect way for you to get your zen on this Valentine's Day. Group Exercise Director with Brick Bodies, Sarah Geller, is joining us this morning with a lot of different ways. And you're even saying, you know what, you could love somebody else, but you could also need to love yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So maybe you hit the gym really hard this first 6 weeks of the year and your body's starting to feel the effects. And even if you haven't, maybe you don't know where to start. So yoga is a great place to just get your body moving.
That is a great example because you think about it, everybody, you know, the resolutions, and then only by 6 to 8 weeks, they're done. Here's a little pick me up if you had a plateau. Yeah. Try yoga. I do not do yoga as much as I should. I'll just say
That's fair. None of us do. Okay. Let's be honest. And I'm one of those people that is into the HIIT things, into the get the heart rate up, get the body working. And I didn't buy into yoga until I started doing it more. And I was like, oh, it actually really does make things feel a whole lot better. So it's a great way to get out of bed on a cold order morning or whatever. So I'm going to just take you through a couple basic things, get the blood flowing, make your body feel really good, make you feel good about yourself.
You can do at home right here, right in the living room.
Absolutely. Okay. All you don't even need a mat. You just need some space.
Okay.
So first thing, we're going to find our feet under our hips in a strong, what we call mountain pose. So fingertips can be down, or we can take a big breath up. And then we're just going to exhale our way into forward fold. If your hands don't reach the ground and you want support, you put them on your thighs, your shins, or you can take them all the way to the ground. And you can bend your knees here, whatever feels good. From there, we're going to walk forward towards a plank.
You're doing it very slow and deliberate, too. Like no rush here.
No rush at all.
So that also makes it a little bit more difficult, doesn't it?
It does. And then the option for plank, we can put our knees on the ground for a little more support. And then we're going to bring our chest down toward the ground, drawing the elbows back behind us, drawing the shoulders back, and just lift the heart. Maybe take a little gaze up. To start.
Is this where you're feeling your abdomens actually stretch out?
You feel the front side of the body stretch out, and you strengthen the back. We tuck our toes. We can press back through the knees and come up into downward dog. And there we want to reach our hips toward the back top corner of the room. We want to feel the length through the back of the legs. So those hamstrings you were talking about being tight all the time. Mm-hmm. Let me soften our knees, and we can walk or jump our feet towards our hands. Take a moment in that forward fold. Take a big breath all the way to the top. And you can repeat that like 3 or 4 times. That's one. You can repeat it a few times.
It took you about 30 seconds to go through that. A little bit longer because you were talking to us and showing us things. But that's one. Do 3 or 4 of those.
3 or 4, and you'll start to feel the body wake up. You can do them a quicker pace, a slower pace, whatever suits your body wherever you are that day. Yeah.
What about more advanced? I always know you always hear Soldier 1, Soldier 2, you know, and there's different poses right there where you go to that. And the Chaturanga?
Chaturanga. So that's what we just did on our knees. So Chaturanga is one that if someone hasn't done before, I always recommend that they take their knees because you can damage the shoulder if you don't have the strength to support it. But Chaturanga is when we take ourselves from that plank, draw the elbows back, tracking the shoulders about over the elbows, and then you can bring the chest to the floor, or you can roll right through into that dog.
Okay, all right, up into the dog. See, and that right there is the easy way, the first one to get done, self-love right here on Valentine's Day.
Right there, you just need yourself a little bit of space and a few minutes, and you'll feel better, you'll move better. It's a great way to start.
Grab one of those little chocolates for yourself. One chocolate, just one
it's a good
chocolate.
Treat.
Yeah. Sarah Geller right there with Brick Bodies. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Thanks, you too.
And today's just a great day to get out and work out outside. You know?
Why not?
I can't wait to get outside. It's going to feel nice. And all this week is going to be nice. So this is my kind of winter weather.
Yeah, same.
Me too. I mean, people who are like, you know, oh, I want it to snow. I don't want a good snowstorm. I'm like, move to Michigan. I'm like, just go somewhere else.
Maybe
it'll be here next year.
One per year. But
we already had it.
But that was like
0.2 of an inch.
Like this much. None. I'm good with that. But I can take one a winter.
Well, not gonna happen today. And just like you said, not gonna happen this weekend, upcoming President's Day weekend. It is gonna be a little bit colder. But our weather headlines, not looking too bad right now. In fact, we have a few of those clouds kind of hanging around, some more blue skies. Always love seeing that, especially when we are all socked in with that cloud cover and that rain for your Super Bowl Sunday. Mid-40s right now. We're going to be in the upper 50s this afternoon. Some more sun on the way, warmer afternoon, and then those temperatures staying above average. How about that? Here's a look at our HD radar. That area of low pressure that brought us all the rain, it is out of here and moving off stage right, exiting stage right, I should say. As golfers get out there and hit the course today, mid-40s this hour and mid-50s by noontime, close to 60 for this afternoon. Golf and flying planes, two things I love to do. Well, VFR and breezy for you pilots later this afternoon. A little west-northwest wind, so watch for those crosswind takeoffs and landings. 55 today, that's your high in Westminster. Upper 50s in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley over to Bel Air. Close to 60 in Baltimore City, down through Columbia and Laurel. Mid-50s for you on the eastern shore. A little cooler there, but up and down the East Coast, overall, not too bad. Close to 60 in D.C. this afternoon. Lower 50s in Ocean City and over to Cumberland at 53 as well. This is that dip that I was talking about. So we're going to go back up in the mid-60s Wednesday and Thursday, but those numbers start sliding back down. Friday, mid-50s, but we're looking at 40s on Saturday. But notice it's only one day where we actually will see those colder temperatures before they go right back up into Sunday and Monday of next week. Here's a look at our future scan. Overall, a few clouds kind of hanging around later this afternoon, but we're not tracking much in the way of rain. In fact, dry conditions on Tuesday. That's going to continue on Wednesday as well. I know the models show a little bit of that cloud cover and a few stray showers. I think that's a little bit overdone. Overall, Wednesday afternoon into Thursday, we'll get the warmer temperatures. Thursday into the morning and afternoon, a couple of stray showers will be around. That's going to continue into Thursday night and Friday as well. A holiday countdown. Here's the update. One day, it's Valentine's Day tomorrow. Next Monday, just 7 days away from President's Day. And if you're excited for the spring equinox, well, just have to wait 35 more days. 5 weeks from today, the spring equinox happens on a Monday this year. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, temperatures stay in the 60s Wednesday and Thursday, and really our only chance for rain coming Thursday into Friday, but we will be dry for the weekend. Back to you.
Now to Glenn Stiller Traffic Network. We want to keep you updated on an accident we've been tracking this morning. There are two problem spots near each other on 95. Two vehicles were involved in a crash southbound near mile marker 24. And then a little further south, there's another crash with one car that is now off to the side. And then here, a live look from the Len Stoller mobile track. Our photographer, Graham, is on Pulaski Highway. That road was shut down because of a severe crash. It's obviously open now, and folks are moving just smooth. The clock is ticking. Does Lamar Jackson want to stay at the bank, or does he want the bank? Why the quarterback's future in Baltimore could be in jeopardy.
And Valentine's Day is all about finding love, not finding scams. Joining us next is an FBI agent to explain how to not fall prey to romantic scams. 9:21, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:24. Online dating is how many couples find love, but it's also an ever-growing target for criminals looking to steal from you. Last year, across the country, almost 20,000 people became victims of a romance scam, losing a staggering $740 million. Joining us this morning with tips on how to avoid being scammed, Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Baltimore Field Office, Tom Sobocinski. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
All right, so this is pretty serious if the FBI has to get involved in this, and we're talking about across the country, 740 million, but right here in Maryland, it's like 16 million.
It is about 350 people last year. This is an insidious crime. It's not just the money we're talking about, but it's people's emotions.
Mm-hmm. So what's happening? Because you're being promised love, or I want to get to know you, but really I want to get to know your money.
Yeah, absolutely. These are people who all of a sudden become the best candidate for you to date. It's all online. They talk to you. They seem like they want to. They're interested in everything you're interested in, and then they all of a sudden need your money.
Isn't that always the red flag? Why do we still continue with it once the issue of money comes up?
Because these folks are really good. They're really creative. They're playing on your emotions. They know what your triggers are. And then they just create something to say, I need money. Money to come visit you, money for an emergency that just happened in their life, but something that they know you're gonna bite on.
And these are oftentimes people that you've never met in person. It's all online.
Correct. And that's the one thing we tell folks is if you're in a personal relationship with somebody, never send them money.
Okay.
That's the red flag. That's the trigger for us in the FBI.
And what else? Because like you said, your heart is now in it. But what are the things that people need to think about when they meet people on these sites or through social media? What else to keep in mind?
Yeah, so it is, does this perfect person seem perfect? I mean, we're all searching for that. But if they are and they ask money, that combination usually is the problem. Unfortunately, people are also embarrassed by this. So once you send money once, they're going to ask again and again. So you may be 2-3 times into this. And so what we ask is to report this. The first thing you should do is contact your bank. See if you can stop that money from going. A lot of folks are using cryptocurrencies now. It makes it even more difficult. And then the second thing we ask for is to contact law enforcement, contact the police. We have a website. It's www.ic3.gov. It allows you to report it to us. It allows us to investigate it.
And if they don't report it, then you all don't know how often, how prevalent, where, the areas to target. So the more they report it, the better you all can handle it.
Correct.
All right. Oh, well, happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, thank you.
But just find the real love. Thank you. All right, well, love is in the air, and Valentine's Day is a time to show your better half the appreciation they deserve. Still ahead, Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live from Main Street in Westminster with some tasty treats that can get you that you can get for your loved one on this Valentine's Day.
More violence in Talson, not far from the mall. Coming up, what police are saying about the man who was shot in this area yesterday evening and how leaders are responding to the ongoing crime. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to find out exactly how warm it's going to get. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful day. I just was outside. Gorgeous.
Oh, can't wait to get out there then. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
You know, we were talking earlier, guys, about those possible early spring blooms for the cherry blossoms down the road. Yeah, there's already a lot of stuff starting to kind of come out of the ground in the green variety of the green variety. Good morning to all of you. Our Talson cam looking good. Yeah, there is definitely some good sunshine shining bright like a diamond out there. Our weather story looks like this. More sun on the way today. Warmer afternoon as well. And those temperatures, not only today, but the next couple days are going to stay above average. So if you're going to be running off all of those wings and beer and nachos and pizza you ate yesterday, we're talking about upper 40s and lower 50s on your jogging cast. Overall, not too bad. Should talk about close to 60 this afternoon. A little cooler tomorrow, but still plenty of sunshine. And then check out those mid 60s on the way as we head toward Wednesday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
9:32 now this morning. Baltimore County Police are continuing to investigate following a shooting in Talson yesterday evening.
Now, this happened right near the intersection of West Talson Town Boulevard and Washington Avenue. That's right near the Talson Circle and the Talson Town Center. It happened just after 7.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with the latest in the case and the fact that this is just the latest in a string of incidents in that area. Shannon.
Yeah, and that is the unfortunate reality, Patrice. In fact, yesterday's shooting happened just down the street from where I'm standing and not far from the busy Talson Town Center just behind us here, which of course is also close to the Talson Town Circle, two very popular areas. Police, though, not confirming much information about this shooting, just saying that a man was shot and taken to a local hospital. But we do want to get you to some video of the scene here where you can see several streets were taped off last night. Again, at this time, police are not saying what kind of condition the victim is in, but as we mentioned, this is just the latest violent incident in the county. We spoke with Baltimore County Delegate Kathy Shalega about that, and she tells us that she's worried that the county's crime could soon resemble the city.
We have an escalation in murders in Baltimore County, felons using firearms, and that's where the crimes are happening. Citizens have had enough.
Yeah, and look at this. Last night's shooting happened just around the corner from where Quancy Davis is accused of holding 3 victims at gunpoint and sexually assaulting them. And just down the street, again, from the Talson Town Center, where you'll remember a large disturbance happened last month. So those are just 2 examples of the ongoing violence that we are seeing right here at the mall and also county-wide as well. So certainly not a comforting thing for people in this area. But of course, we have reached out to Baltimore County Police for more information on this shooting. And when we do get that information on yesterday's shooting, we'll bring it to you right here on Fox 45. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, Talson has seen a number of violent incidents recently. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, police say someone fired shots right near the Talson Town Circle. Thankfully, no one was hurt.
Earlier this month, police say a suspect committed an armed carjacking at Lockraven Boulevard and Joppa Road. Then at the end of December, 7 juveniles were arrested after a large chaotic crowd formed at Talson Circle. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom and the shocking findings revealed in a Project Baltimore investigation. 23 Baltimore City schools have 0 students proficient in math. That is 2,000 students, all falling short of state standards on their most recent exams. And it is prompting outrage from parents.
I can't afford no $1,000 tutor from Sylvan, but that's what he needs.
And our kids are not caught up. But we're passing them. We're passing them, but they can't read.
Terrible. Horrible. A statement from Baltimore City Public Schools, though, claims a plan is now in place to help boost those test scores. It includes professional development, summer learning, and extended learning times at the end of the school day. Well, happening today, the Baltimore County man accused of shooting 2 police officers during days-long standoff and manhunt that spanned 2 counties is now due in court for a bail hearing, supposedly at 1 o'clock today. Charging documents revealing 24-year-old David Lithicum, seen there, is facing several charges, including attempted murder. He was taken into custody Friday morning after nearly 2 days on the run. Police say he managed to steal a Baltimore County police detective's car and drive to Harford County after shooting that detective, where he was eventually captured. The initial call to police was about a suicidal person. We know that the county has a special mobile crisis team that can provide mental health services to those in crisis. And earlier this morning, I was able to speak with former FBI agent Dr. Tyrone Powers about this case and the resources police have at their disposal.
Baltimore County is far in advance of other jurisdictions, but when do the police officer call them? Sometimes when the police officer arrives on the scene, he meets with the individual, in this case the father. He wants to deal with the immediate concerns. He believed that his skill set or her skill set can de-escalate the situation, so sometimes they don't make the appropriate call to the mobile crisis unit. The emphasis is to call mobile crisis, especially in these situations, so you don't escalate, so officers don't get hurt, other individuals don't get hurt, and even the individual you're calling for who's going through the mental health crisis don't get hurt.
Now, we do not know if the crisis team was called, but Linthicum is due again in court. That bail hearing scheduled for 1 o'clock this afternoon. We'll bring you the results of the hearing right at Fox 45 News at 4.
It is going to be a busy week in the U.S. economy. We get a couple of big monthly reports, including 2 on inflation.
We have Taylor Stewart in our live center this morning with the big numbers that we're tracking. Taylor.
That's right, guys. A live looking from New York right now, where we're expecting to get more information that signs of inflation are continuing to cool. Consumer prices did rise 6.5% in December, but analysts predict that number will tick down once we get tomorrow's consumer price index. The same expected Thursday with the producer prices that are coming out. A sign of good news, though, nationwide, the average cost of rent rose only 2% in January. That is the smallest increase in almost 2 years, according to Redfin. The median asking rent in the U.S. is right now $1,942. That's $100 less than it was during the peak in August. Seattle is just one of 11 major cities where rent is actually declining year over year. Phoenix, Oklahoma City, they're at the top of that list with rent prices falling more than 6%. That's not the case everywhere, though. In Providence, Rhode Island, rent is up 7% year over year. But get this, Raleigh, North Carolina, they topped the list with rent rising 22% in just the last 12 months. In Baltimore, rent prices dropped about 4.6%. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. Back to you.
It is February, and it feels like spring has sprung. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know how long this warm-up will stick around.
We're at Antrim 1844 this morning. Talk about a unique Valentine's Day experience. I mean, you got luxury dining, luxury places, luxury couches, luxury bars. It's all here at Antrim. We'll tell you more about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
9:41. It is So Baltimore. Get away for a romantic staycation this Valentine's Day.
You don't have to go too far. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is at the Atrium 1844 with a look at what they have to offer.
That's right, and I'm with Donnie here at Antrim, and so many things to do. This is one of the luxury dining areas, and so Donnie, so much to do. Where do we begin? I mean, you got the beautiful facility, you drive up this beautiful home, or not home, but beautiful space. Tell us about it.
We are locally in Tawnytown on 24 acres, which is a beautiful sprawling acreage.
Wow.
We have superb dining, which we're known for. And the 40 guest rooms that we have particularly are all individual. No two rooms are alike, and they are set in the 1844 time period.
Wow, I love it so much. And again, that's just, you did a perfect job. So much to offer. We just walked into a couple who's here celebrating their anniversary. This is such a cool spot for Valentine's Day. Good ideas for the couple that's done everything. What have you done? Antrim, 1844, come check it out.
Thank you, Mark. For more information, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. After a gloomy end to the weekend, are we talking about the Super Bowl? No, sunshine's return with some heat. Meteorologist
Who you ask?
Justin Chambers tell you how long this heat will last.
And if you are down to the 11th hour trying to find a Valentine's Day gift for your loved one, there's no need to panic. Next, a Valentine's Day classic that can't go wrong. 9:43. You're watching Fox 45. Good Day, Baltimore.
How's business? That's the big thing. Yeah. Can't complain. Look at this. Tomorrow, Valentine's Day. And no, he can't complain. For those of you still having trouble finding that gift, try fine wines and chocolate, right? It's classic. Owner of Off the Rocks, Gerald Cole, is sharing the best pairings for this Lover's Day, and we're talking within 24 hours. So this is crunch time. Yep. You're the man that knows all the wines. I can show up with one of these chocolate bars and say, okay, which wine goes best with this?
Yeah, 100% there. I mean, you have sweet, medium sweet and dry chocolates, right?
Yeah.
It depends on the cacao.
Okay.
Right? How much cacao is in that chocolate? The more cacao, the drier the chocolate will be.
Standard, though, say if I just say, what's standard with a really dry, like a really strong, like high level cacao, almost like a hardly any sweetener in there?
Yeah. So you said bone dry chocolate, right? You're going X Factor. You can go port. You can go even sweet. You can go Moscato, right?
Really? Okay.
So the drier the chocolate, if it's like 100% cacao, 90% cacao, I'll go sweet. I'll go sweet wine.
You really have to know your partner's taste on the wines or the chocolates, and then you compare the rest.
Yeah, you want to enjoy it, right?
Yes.
So you don't want to get a wine that you just don't like. Even the pairing is good. If I tell you the pairing is great, but you got to get a wine that you actually will enjoy, and then I can pair it along with the chocolate that you like.
Okay. The color, reds versus whites, does that really matter, though, at all when it comes to chocolate?
It does, because white, typically white chocolate is super sweet.
Yes.
Right?
It's like one of the sweetest.
With something with that, you want to go like Moscato d'Asti, has a little effervescence, sweet wine. You can go great with that sweet and sweet.
I'm not very good with wine, so bear with me here, but does chocolates, the color of the chocolate go with like the meat? White fishes, white wines, dark red meats, red wines? Or am I like way off?
Yeah, I don't think you have to go that far, right? I think, we're still talking about candy.
Trying.
Right? We're still talking about candy, and it's not as savory as a meat would be. So I don't think you have to go with color. But I would say you're going with sweetness.
Okay.
You're going with sweetness and dryness, and then you're pairing and contrasting the two.
Last minute before we have Valentine's Day, I mean, that's tomorrow. So today or tomorrow, we can call you off the rocks, right? Or we can come in and say, okay, here's the chocolate I'm going to present her or him. What kind of wine goes best with that? Can we do that?
You come in ASAP. Our team is ready for you guys.
What's your number one, your popular, the best wine that you are actually pumping out of off the rocks most?
I'm not ashamed to say it, but I think we're going to sell a ton of Moscato today.
Moscato, yeah, it's a sweet. I mean,
it's a sweet, effervescent wine, and it's going to be a lot of dessert.
Strawberries dipped in chocolate.
Yep, there you
Moscato,
go.
right
there you
there.
go.
We got a weatherman. Look at him. Well, just come on into the shot. I mean, you're right there. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at all of it.
Oh, wait, you going with chocolate?
I was going with chocolate and the wine. Yeah, everything looks good.
You have chocolate. You have spicy chocolate, sweet chocolate, fruit with chocolate. You have all types of chocolate, Scott, and we're here to help.
Gerald Cole always knows anything about the wines and pairing right there. So, all right, let's go over to the person that knows about the temperatures and what's going to be outside. Rain, umbrellas for Valentine's Day, or beautiful sunny skies?
No, we're going to have a pretty sunny afternoon, Tom. Good morning to you and good morning to everyone. Overall, not looking too bad today either. We've got a lot more sunshine than we had pretty much at any time yesterday as we look out from our Talson cam, our Mile 1 auto group. And that sun is going to be with us here because that area of low pressure that brought the rain well to the north and to the east of us, tracking up the east coast and out over the Atlantic. So most of the mid-Atlantic and the east coast as well staying dry for today. That trend is going to continue. Check these numbers now. The average is 46. We're almost in mid-February, and mid to upper 50s is what we are going to see across Carroll and Baltimore counties this afternoon, even close to 60 in Baltimore down through Dundalk later today. And numbers here for Harford and Cecil counties also in the mid to upper 50s. Bel Air over to Aberdeen, Perryman, even Elkton at 57 for you this afternoon. Hey, your outdoors cast looking pretty good Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday with temperatures staying mild, and we also stay dry. Now, there is another weather maker that is making its way to our area by the time we get to Thursday, but notice this is tomorrow afternoon. Great for Valentine's Day weather or maybe a lunch or dinner outside. You're going to see our future scan as we head into Wednesday. The warmer temperatures continue, and then that is ahead of that next cold front. That's when we're going to see the rain develop, mainly on Thursday morning and then off and on showers into Thursday afternoon and evening as well. So that's what we're tracking our next weather maker, not really coming till later this week. So you can see in our 7-day forecast, temperatures again staying in that above average category. A little bit of a dip here. Friday will be cooler, and then Saturday we'll only get to the upper 40s, but it will be dry for the Saturday of President's Day weekend before we see those temperatures warm back up into next week.
It's the best feeling in the world.
Oh, my goodness. I believe it right there. Travis Kelce versus Jason's Kelce. We didn't show that soundbite, right?
Right.
The one or the other, the two brothers that were playing. But this is a live look. You see from Kansas City this morning, the Chiefs waking up Super Bowl champions, and they look like they deserved it.
They defeated the Philadelphia Eagles in Super Bowl 57.
They did. And the Chiefs.
Pretty awesome. All right, well, we're seeing pictures from your celebrations. D'Angelo sent us this picture of 7-month-old Kyson repping his Eagles gear for the big game, even though they didn't win. That smile is everything there. We want to see how you celebrated the Super Bowl. Scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
All right, staying with football and the Ravens. Per sources, the long-term future of Lamar Jackson could be in jeopardy as a Raven. The Ravens could place the franchise tag on the quarterback if the sides cannot agree on a long-term deal in the coming weeks. And there's a possibility other teams could then tempt Baltimore to trade the former NFL MVP for a windfall of draft picks.
I read that.
Yeah.
Ravens head coach John Harbaugh said there was a, quote, 200% chance, end quote, that Jackson stays in Baltimore. And general manager Eric DeCosta said they were excited to restart negotiations even after Jackson missed the end of a second consecutive season because of injury. Now, if Jackson were to play on the tag with Baltimore in 2023, the Ravens could tag him again in 2024 and potentially a third time in 2025, though a third tag would be virtually cost prohibitive. Some good news, though, for the Flock. After taking some time to think about retirement for another offseason, veteran defensive end Calais Campbell plans to play another season.
That is big news. Campbell told the NFL Network during his media work at the Super Bowl 57 that he's, quote, coming back, baby. 36-year-old is set to enter year 16. Campbell has a salary cap of north of $9 million, so that needs to be tweaked with the Ravens' Lamar Jackson contract situation. Tweaked means money. More sunshine and temperatures continue to warm up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will tell you how long these spring-like temperatures will stick around in his 10-day forecast, and we're going to show you what 4 ounces of wine looks like. What? Yeah.
All right, welcome back. We are just in front of 10 o'clock. A few of those clouds kind of hanging around, but overall looking good. Before you know it, we'll be right there at Camden Yards. Pitchers and catchers report on Wednesday in Sarasota. I know, NFL season's over. Now we look forward to the O's, and look at these temperatures, guys. 50s today and tomorrow, 60s into Wednesday and Thursday. No issues for Valentine's Day weather. It's going to be a little colder on Saturday, but you see that 10-day forecast. I mean, those numbers are well above average. Just like this guy, well above average.
Well, no, so he was showing us what a 4-ounce pour is. And so this is what you're saying. This is your 4 ounce for heart health if you're going to have a glass of red wine.
I thought that's what you just swirled around.
You thought this was just the sampler to just swirl in. This is it.
You always think if you go past halfway mark, you're pouring too much wine.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, you
Good
know,
point. Or you're
it's a
not
hard
playing
help.
enough.
Yeah.
All right, well,
There you
happy
go.
Valentine's Day tomorrow. Yes.
Oh.